then haven't replied to begs that, so a time could be allocated to them. Okay then, so we'll open again, and we on. So welcome to Somerset Group Limited. Aaron, can you hear us, Aaron?
Yes, good morning. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So
Great.
over to you for your submission. You have 7 minutes, and please allow 3 minutes for any questions. You don't need to go right through your submission. You take it that it has been read by all of us. So if you want to just highlight any key points from it. Thank you.
Good morning and thank you. Our submission is that basically good on you for moving away from a regime of financial contributions to development contributions. We find that to be the system that works best up and down the country for our industry. And then the rest of the submission is basically a recommendation that you adopt a similar development contributions regime to that which currently applies in Auckland. And there's 2 key things in relation to that. That when you look at, we say that it should be based on demand, so that the development contributions should be based on demand, and that retirement village use has significantly less demand than typical residential use. For one, a household unit equivalent is not, up and down the country, it's 2.6 people per household, but for the retirement village independent unit, it's 1.3 people per household, or 1 person per household in a care unit. So when you put together a calculation, if you like, for household unit equivalents, or what you call residential equivalent use, please take regard of retirement villages, give them their own, when you stipulate how those HUIs are calculated, take that into regard. And secondly, we ask that you acknowledge that retirement village occupants are less of a draw on community facilities and amenities. They don't use the pool, they don't use the library, they use the roads less. And so there are demand factors which have been tested in other regions, which we've listed on the second page of page 3 of our submission there, page 2. And, things like retirement village, when you come to put together factors to charge on your development contributions, retirement users for transport might be as low as 0.3, and all others such as stormwater, wastewater, etc. It's been justified elsewhere that retirement village use can be a 0.1 of a household unit equivalent. So, and those are less where it's an aged care room. So in summary, we ask that you take regard of that calculation for household unit equivalents. There's half the people in the homes. And secondly, the people that are in their homes use community facilities, community amenities very sparsely, because we provide all of that within our village. And so it's only fair that the factor that you apply when calculating DCs acknowledges that, and there's some figures given there. Lastly, timing. What works best is that if someone was to lodge a resource consent application for a new village, what works best is that the DCs get frozen at the date that the application is lodged, and those DCs then apply for that staged rollout of a village. We find that the fairest system. And lastly, we ask that the DCs be payable on the code compliance certificate of the building consent as those stages roll out. Okay. There's 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll just go to councillors to see if there are any questions. Councillor Nixon.
I take your point around the fact that they may use this in community, but how do you measure the contribution that the people in those rest homes make to the community?
Sorry, can you please repeat that? what?
I said, I take your point around the evaluation you've done around how they use this, but what I want to know is how you measure how much the people in rest homes contribute to the community.
Well, I guess it's a hard thing to have empirical data of, but certainly our residents do join the local clubs, etc. in the community. We partner with local schools and you know, the elderly people will go and read and buddy up with some children. So we do go out into the community and interact with the community. But if that's, I don't know if I answered your question, but it's not easily measurable.
Okay, is there any further questions? Councillor Mailman, Councillor Peterson and Councillor Ryan.
Yes, you mentioned the development contribution regime is operating in Auckland. Are there any other places around the country where a similar regime operates?
Yeah, most of the main centres have similar policies to that. They're all, you know, slightly different. Yeah, so everywhere we'll have a, you know, Nelson, for example, has one. I know Christchurch has one. So there's several other examples, but we've found the Auckland one to be the fairest.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Aaron. I just wondered, are you making this submission to a lot of other councils as well? What is the variation across the council? How are the numbers for?
Yeah, no, it's fair to say we've made submissions on to probably 16 or 17 councils in the last 6 weeks or so. We do make a similar request to all, looking for consistency. It would be easy to have that consistency.
Councillor Ryan.
Yeah, Aaron, my question is around your measures of infrastructure. You say that there's one person occupancy in your care facilities, and so that's lower impact on infrastructure, but do you measure the support people that are involved in those facilities as well in terms of their use of your infrastructure?
Yes, that's incorporated into into those figures, the staff comings and goings, yes.
Any further questions? There appears to be none. Thank you very much for your submission. So our deliberations are on the 2nd and 3rd of June, and we will be arriving at decisions and will be notified in due course. So thank you very much.
Thank you, bye.
Okay, moving on to the next submission, which is on page 229, which is the National Coordinator for Fluoride Free. It's Mary. So Mary, just I think you know 6 minutes, a bell will go, you have another minute, and then we allow 3 minutes for questions.
Right, good morning, Mayor and councillors. I spoke to the council in October last year and shared with you the latest science on fluoride. It is now undisputed that fluoride is a neurotoxin. It is only the dose that causes neurotoxicity that is disputed, and you don't know what dose everyone in the community is receiving. I told you that the top science in the world has found that fetuses and bottle-fed babies are receiving far too high a dose, and as a result having their IQs lowered because of fluoridation. The feedback we have provided to the long-term plan outlines the most important research on this subject, although neurotoxicity is by no means the only adverse health effect from fluoridation. I also told you that fluoride chemicals that are added to the drinking water of Masterton residents is a chemical that is scrubbed from the chimneys of the phosphate fertiliser industry. This chemical contains traces of lead, arsenic, mercury, and sometimes even uranium. This was probably the most important thing anyone has come here to tell you. Fluoride Free New Zealand has been providing submissions every year for over 10 years, yet I find most councillors know very little about this subject. It has been shocking, disappointing and frustrating to approach council year after year about a hugely important topic advising you that you are harming the people in the community and yet be met with so little interest. According to the 2002 Local Government Act, the purpose of local government is A, to enable democratic local decision making and action on behalf of community, and B, to promote the social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of communities in the present and for the future. The purpose is not to blindly follow the advice of the Ministry of Health. Ultimately, you are responsible. In the 1950s, a series of experiments were carried out by Professor Milgram from Yale University. Now what he had, the experimenter was tasked to give a person behind a wall in another room an electric shock if they answered the question wrong. Now the person in the white coat who was performing the experiment was instructing the person giving the shock, giving the questions, to incrementally increase the shock every time the person behind the wall got the answer wrong. Now they could hear the person, they couldn't see them, and they could hear that every time they got it wrong and they got a shock, they were crying out in pain, worse and worse and worse. And ultimately it went to a fatal shock, a lethal shock. So what they found is that most people actually carried it out because the person in the white coat told them to do it. Now at the end of the experiment, the man in the white coat says, you know, why did you do that? Because in some cases they actually would have been killing the person behind the wall. And they said, well, you told me to. And he says, you didn't have to do it. So I think that's personal. Now, as we all know, the government is wanting to take over the fluoridation issue. Now, we'll be going back to select committee. The last time it was at select committee was in 2017. Since then, there's been a huge amount of information about fluoridation. So we don't know what is going to be the outcome of that select committee. But in the meantime, there are children being born today who are having their IQ irreversibly affected. They will never ever recover from that. So I am asking you, as a council, one of the minority of councils that still fluoridates, and you do have the responsibility at this point, is to put all other considerations aside and put the health and the well-being of the residents of Masterton, front and centre, and make a decision to actually stop fluoridation and leave it until see what the Ministry of Health says. Although, you can always be trying to protect your community. And I would challenge anybody, if anybody wanted to debate me, anybody from the DHB, anybody around the area, because I find that really the answer just is the Ministry of Health says so. There's not any other answer for why people do it, really. So yeah, that's my request, that you consider the health and well-being of the children, unless you actually have solid evidence that it's not affecting children. I request that you stop it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Is there any questions councillors have for Mary? Councillor Nelson.
Thanks, Mary. Whereabouts is the information on IQ coming from in regards to New Zealand?
Well, the latest from New Zealand was 2014, where the Chief Science Advisor, which was Professor Gluckman at the time, and Professor Skeet from the Royal Society of New Zealand, did a report on all the studies on fluoride, but they only took a couple of months. And they said, we got emails from Official Information Act, and we found that they were saying there's actually way too much information for them to do a proper review. So they just did a glance over, and what they said was that at that stage, the studies that were finding that fluoride was lowering IQ, and they put in their report by an average of half an IQ point, which they said was not statistically significant. But they'd made a mistake, and we went back to them and they had to correct it, which was it was actually half a standard deviation. So for IQ, a standard deviation is 14 IQ points. So half a standard deviation is 7 IQ points, which is significant. it's a very significant drop, particularly over a population, because you halve the number of people who are geniuses and you increase by 50% the number of people who are mentally impaired. So it's very, very significant. And the only study in New Zealand was done by a dentist called Dr. Broadbent, and his study was looking at Mosgiel compared to Dunedin, but it was so fraught with so many things because he didn't even allow for who was taking fluoride tablets. You know, so he didn't, so most of the people on the, a lot of the people in Mosgiel were taking fluoride tablets back in the 60s and 70s. So they didn't even have a control group, and it's not rated as a high quality study.
Thank you.
Are you aware of any meta-analysis of the impact of fluoride?
Well, the meta-analysis, yeah, was really the one that came out in about 2012, that was published in the Lancet. But, and then that was looking at studies from around the world, and a lot of them had higher amounts of fluoride than what we have. But since then, there's been really important studies. So in 2017, there was a study done in Mexico, and they were able to look at the fluoride concentration in the urine of the pregnant mothers, and then look at the IQ of the children. So they actually had a proper match, and they could see that as the fluoride increased in the mother, the IQ dropped in the child. And it works out that by adding fluoride to sort of like 1 part per million, which we used to do, we've been gradually decreasing it, that would amount to a loss of about 5 IQ points. Now that study has been replicated in Canada, so with fluoridated water at a lower amount than us, at 0.6 part per million, and they found exactly the same thing, and that was in JAMA Pediatrics, which is the top pediatric journal in the world, and the editors of JAMA did a podcast because they knew it was so controversial, and they were saying this is like lead, and this is where we used to be with lead, when people argued it was only a small dose, etc., 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 like we've seen with, you know, dioxin and all sorts of things, and they said this is what's happening with fluoridation. We thought it was a low level, but it's not. It's a significant level that's impacting on people's IQ. It won't just be IQ, but that's where the most research has come out. It'll also be Alzheimer's and all sorts of things, as well as our bones and our thyroid.
Thank you. Is there any other questions, Councillor Ryan?
How do we manage tooth decay if we don't fluoridate?
Well, the thing is, I would never trade brains for teeth. You can get false teeth. You cannot get another brain. You know, having a good IQ is a really serious thing for a person in their lifetime. And when IQ drops, everything drops for them. Their dental health drops, everything. So to make a trade-off between brains and teeth is like a no-brainer to me. I would never ever trade brains for teeth. And secondly, most of the country doesn't fluoridate. Most of the world doesn't fluoridate. Fluoride doesn't even work by swallowing. If it works, it's from applying it to your teeth. So what we should be doing in New Zealand is we should be doing the Child Smile program that they have in Scotland, where they have toothbrushing in the schools, and that is seriously effective. And that's what we could do in Masterton and join the rest of Wairarapa and most of the country.
Okay, thank you, Mary. That's the allocated time. Thank you for coming along.
Thanks.
Deliberations are on the 2nd and 3rd of June and open for the public.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, the next submission is page number 154, and it's the Fab Lab. Is anybody here from Fab Lab? No, it appears not. Linda's not here from Pacifica.
If not you, then who? If not you, then who?
John's in and out.
Oh, John's in there. Okay, hi John, you'll grab a seat. Oh, hi Kirsty. Up the front here, yep. So, thank you. You can take your submission as read. Councillors have had the opportunity to read it. So you have 7 minutes to speak. then we will allow 3 minutes for questions. The bell will go at 6 minutes. Okay, thank you.
First of all, we are hoping that will take less than 7 minutes so that you guys can ask more questions.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. As we've laid out in our submission, we've had a pretty successful 3 years under the MOU with Council and delivering services to the community. We would very much like to do more of what we've been doing for the last 3 years. Hence, we've asked for the same level of funding as we've had previously. So the beginning of the relationship took a little while to get started with the construction of the library living centre, but we made the most of it with our time at Lakeview, which was a great host for us at the time. And since then, we've been working hard with the library staff to develop their skills and develop offerings that allow the library to do more with what they've currently got. So we're in discussions at the moment with Lisa Peterson, who's the education specialist at the library, to offer STEM training to schools. So that's our next big push at the moment, is to actually get out to the schools more. With the move of the archive, our classroom space at the Learning Centre has been diminished slightly, well, to 0. But we're making the most of that, and we're looking at tailoring our offerings to smaller groups so we can still cater for students from schools in the lab, but not in a whole class size. And we're flexible. Our entire existence, we've been very flexible. So when more space is available for teaching, we'll make use of it very happily. But in the meantime, we'll work with Cora and the team to just make the most of what we've got.
Yeah.
What else have I neglected to mention?
Well, I guess the point is why we want to keep going. So we've been going for 5+ years now, and we just keep morphing and changing depending on the conditions at hand. And I think for the next 3 years, what we really intend to do is work much more tightly with the library ecosystem, and with a view to going into the new civic facility and having that really as an up and running modern library, which always includes some kind of, well, these days, a modern city or small city needs to include digital learning and digital fabrication learning. So you see that replicated around the world right now. Yeah, so that's really our vision for what we'd like to see developing over the next 3 years, which is the length of the long-term plan funding. Yeah. I think we should just get questions.
Okay, no, that's great, thank you. Any questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Marmon.
John Kirsten, can you just elaborate a little bit more on the prototyping of low-cost sustainable housing?
Sure. So I was approached about 6 months ago by a personal friend to look at some opportunities or possibilities for the Fab Lab to help them prototype some low-cost housing. There's an open source house design called WikiHouse, which is basically, it allows you to use a CNC router to cut out plywood parts to assemble a house in pieces. So it's like a giant jigsaw or a Meccano set. The big advantage of that is that it's very modular and very quick, and you don't need a lot of skill to assemble it. Basically, you hammer slots together and they can only go together one way. In the UK, they've produced 40 square metre houses for about £27,000 complete cost. And given that here we have potentially land, labour and even some access to forestry cutting rights, there's a lot of sort of synergy there for actually helping them to create low-cost housing from the resources we have at hand in the region. So we've made some models, we've done some projections for them. We're embarking on a full-size insulation test at the moment, which basically is testing out the insulation capabilities of the construction method. And they're currently fundraising to buy their own CNC router so that we can actually help them build the first prototype house. So that's progressing at pace. Hopefully today's budget announcement from government about no housing might be of interest to them as well. But we're basically poised to help as soon as they've got the funding through to make the project work.
That's a big one of several of different scale projects that are happening in the lab that are quite separate to teaching in schools. So our 3 audiences are schools, citizens, ordinary people like you and I, and businesses. And we try very hard to make sure that we keep it that way, that we're not for one sector or another. So if you want any more examples of other things that are going on in the lab, happy to share, but there's a few more questions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Keane.
Thanks, Tim. Great submission. Sorry to hear that you've got zero room at the moment to move.
Thanks for this.
Given the opportunity, I noticed you've submitted as well on the Civic Centre. In a perfect world, do you currently have, if the archive wasn't there, enough room, or is the library too small? What's the situation in an ideal world for you guys?
That's a great question. So what we had before the archive needed to move in was, for us at the time, the ideal world. And that was, well, ideal for now. We see a much bigger vision, and you guys have all seen that, like when we moved into the Times Age building, but we understand that it's one step at a time. The reason why having that space there with the capacity for a full class to come is that that gives an opportunity for a school to send their whole class with their teacher, no strange arrangements. Currently we have 8 to 12 we've got capacity for in our space, so they can send smaller groups, and I know that we've talked about that with Tim. If their teacher comes, then they're not with the rest of the class. So we just have to nut that out, and that's one of the things we're working on with Lisa. With everything else, we have open lab, we're open to everyone every Friday, and that's just growing and growing and growing. We're collecting numbers on that, so the data, some of that is in your sheet. That's where we have businesses come in often to make inquiries, and that's where we have citizens like anyone coming in with inquiries. Yeah, so it's really just the school's capacity.
So because of the situation you're in now, even if the archive wasn't there with you, it's not fit for purpose for the next 10 years.
Oh, not for the next 10 years. John was talking about the larger CNC. The CNC we have is good for demos and little things. We would need, we'd need more space, but immediately we're fine.
We've always been flexible, but we'll grow to fit the space that's available. And if a new Civic Centre has a fab lab or a makerspace as part of the library and it's properly sized, we'd be thrilled to fill it out.
Thank you.
It's easy. Oh, sorry, Councillor Nelson.
What's the sort of walk-up access like on a Friday? Like how many people are regularly coming in?
Yeah.
On those days?
So we measured the first 3 months of Open Lab, and we had 191 separate, meaningful interactions over that time. What was interesting about that is we had 2/3 adults and 1/3 young people. They come from all over the map. Some of them are business inquiries, and they lead to bigger things that happen outside of Open Lab time. But we specify that time 1 to 5 p.m. on Fridays as free. Everything that people make or try out is free, and look, they're solving home problems, like I need to fix my scales, my weighing scales thing. Lots of kids coming in to just test things. Lots of repeat people coming in now. We're not getting as much of the probably Māori Pacifica audience that we'd like. They came in by the droves at Matariki event that we ran with the library, but we're working on that too, and we have a line on that one as well. So yeah, it's growing.
Councillor Johnson.
Hi. Where else are you currently receiving funding?
So our model is that we are funded in 2 parts. What the council give us, keep us going, keep Open Lab going, and we can take for granted that we are there. So the council provide us both funding in with the money, the $20,000 a year, and with the space. Those 2 are the magic dust for us. Anything else we do, we apply for grant funding, and that's for projects, events, things that we want to run. And we're just working on more of those right now.
We do take commercial work as well. So if somebody comes in with a project, we will price it up and we'll basically charge accordingly to cover the cost of that. So there's a small amount of income from commercial making too.
Have you currently got other ongoing funding
No,
sources though?
Not regular funding.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further questions? There is none. Thank you very much. Our deliberations are on the 2nd of June. We will make the decisions around submissions. So thank you for coming. Thank you. And just a note too that I didn't acknowledge Marcus from the media, and I understand you've got 2 a student journalist from Massey University, is that right? So welcome. Okay, thank you. So moving on now to the next submission, which is on page 270, Pacifica, or Wairarapa. And welcome to Luther. So Luther, I'm sure that you are familiar with this process, but the bell will go at 7 minutes. You have 1 more minute to present and then 3 minutes to answer questions. So
I'll finish before then.
and you can, I understand you're delivering your submission, your speaking.
Kia ora tātou katoa, me tūtahi te wehi me tūku me miti te kaihana. Kia koe te whenua, te mana whenua, tēnā koe, kia koe te tiamana, me kia tātou katoa, pēnā koe tau, kia ora tātou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here on behalf of Pacifica Wairarapa. It's just a name that we came up through to seek your financial support for the next 3 years, the sum of $40,000 spread over 3 years. And firstly, a bit of a background. Pacifica Wairarapa fell out of COVID-19 after we discovered in late March that despite what Auckland Authority was saying that we'd be taking care of the coalface, the reality was totally different. To the stage that it took us, we got shoved from here to Wellington to Palmerston North, and took 4.5 weeks, to mid to late April, before we could even source some food parcels to our community. The worst part about that was, at the same time, I know a law firm within 24 hours applied and received $1 million from the government employers subsidy that came out of COVID-19. And all we wanted was food parcels for our community. Since then, we have continued to meet. The Ministry of Social Development provided some funds when they realised the dilemma we were in for us to continue the work that we had started. It was basically creating a database of Pacifica. Nobody had any idea of how many Pacifica were here, and that's in the whole of Wairarapa. Everyone had their own data, but were unwilling to share. And unfortunately, one of the issues that came out of COVID-19 was that some of those in authority saw it as a brilliant opportunity to exert their authority in a most inhumane way. Part of what we discovered, and during this time I was holding meetings, I had my former employment hat on and delving into this. There were visa workers who were being exploited within our community by contractors. There were folks who were denied basic support from those in authority because, as I mentioned, that they thought they knew what was best for us, instead of them coming to us and saying, there is a myth that if you want to find Pacifica, you go to the church leaders. Well, I can tell you now, church leaders are fine, but the reality is Pacifica, the vast majority of Pacifica do not belong to a church organisation. And COVID-19 clearly showed that those who do not belong, in terms of Pacifica, belong to any such church organisation, were the most vulnerable. They are the people that needed the help the most. And at this stage, can I acknowledge the support? When Langtani Ngāti Kahungunu found out the problem we were facing, they were immediately on the phone to us and started providing food support. And also I can say that one of the discussion I had was on the 17th of April, when we're still waiting for food parcels. I again rang Lynn and your former manager, Andrea Jackson, and the offer they support, then practical offer is that come down and get the council credit card and just go and do some shopping for your people. but as it turned out, the food was delivered the following day for our people. We've continued that work in terms of creating a database, getting a better idea of the layout in terms of Pacifica. And it's been quite clear that while COVID-19, as tragic as it was, it really highlighted some of the inequities within our system. And part of it is Pacifica is caught up in the middle. And those fell out of it quite clearly in terms of the services. I found people, organisations within this area applying for funding on our behalf. We had no knowledge. None of that funding came to us. Organisations receiving funding on our behalf. And then yet, when I went to them, they said, well, can we discuss? And they said, well, sorry, it was a misunderstanding. The normal default to get out of it was a misunderstanding. But yet I know that funding was given out. So what we've done is we've basically continued with the work that we have done. MSD has supported us through, and also the Masterton District Council in terms of admin support. I can't tell you how many meetings I've had over the last 6 months in terms of trying to sort and get a better idea of where we are going. What we've done is that we've filed for a charitable trust, and we are waiting. That was done 2 months ago. We're still waiting from Charities Commission to give us that legal entity. And our intent is to provide a total wraparound, single-stop shop service to our Pacifica people. One of the things we learned is that if we want to get on and create a better environment for us who decided to live in the Wairarapa for now and in the future, then we have to do it ourselves. So where we are at the moment, we've received some conditions of funding from both the MSD and the District Health Board to start a charity, I suppose, to start the services. So we're in the process of getting through that. It's yeah, as I said, it's as bad as the COVID-19 pandemic was. It clearly highlighted some issues that we have to deal with. Immigration was significant. Immigration became, and it still is, part of my work. It brought out the underbelly of the issues we have with immigration in this area, particularly during the COVID-19, where people were left stranded, no support from anybody, and yet we ran around trying to find them with all the other agencies to support it, and it still is. Some mindset, don't think I'm talking out of turn, some mindset needs to be changed in terms of those contractors who not only bring migrant workers to this area, but also how they treat them. It's an issue that needs to be fronted by everybody, and if we don't, history has a tendency of repeating itself. And if we don't learn now, if we don't take direct actions, and I think Pacifica is starting to do that now here, then we will never learn.
Okay, kia ora, thank you. Luther, just to clarify, so you're looking for financial support of 40,000 for each of the next 3 years, or over the next?
Over the three. If you give me $40,000 each for each year, I'm fine.
I just wanted to.
And I'm looking at 3 councils. Our catchment is 3 councils in there, and that funding will help in terms of the draft budget. I'm looking at is administration support position.
Thank you. Is there any questions, Councillor Nelson?
Yep, just I also had the misconception that most Pacific schools were tied up in tutors, so my apologies for that. But they are, a lot are in schools. Did you look to schools for the correspondence to the families in the community? And also, has there been follow-up regarding funding that was targeted towards Pacific families to those organisations, and what's actually going to it?
But I have asked the hard questions, and I'm not going to waste my time chasing it through. They know I know that for whatever reasons that the funding they applied for, particularly those during the COVID-19, we all know that the funding that was available. I'm not wasting my time to chase through as to what they've done with it. I said, two questions I've asked to two organisations, and one was that the rationale they gave was a misunderstanding. I know it wasn't. It was a misunderstanding, and the other response was, oh, you weren't a priority. You weren't a priority. And yet they use us to source the funding on the basis of our name and our numbers.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, this.
Hello there. Just on that numbers you just said, I'd be interested to know numbers as well.
I didn't know until early April there were over 500 Filipinos in the Wairarapa. So when I talk Pacifica, our organisation includes the Filipinos, not just the Polynesians, Melanesians, and Micronesians. Includes the Filipinos simply because it makes sense. Our original intent was Pacifica plus ethnic communities in that, but they got too big for me. Trying to capture all the other small communities in that. So we've stuck with Pacifica, including Filipinos. Nobody can give me a direct number or an update or correct number of how many Pacifica in Wairarapa. You're probably looking at 3,500. Yeah, but nobody knows. The Samoan is the next biggest community, and also on top of that, you've got the RSE workers. During the lockdown, there were over 200 visa workers stranded in Wairarapa. Most of those were Pacifica. So every year, you'll get at least 100 Solomon Islanders and Vanuatu's here. There are about 60 here at the moment in Wairarapa. And they make a significant contribution to the economy of this area. And yet, as I said, history, you look at the way we treated during the COVID-19, they were the first to be discarded. Find your own way home.
Okay, I'll just go to two more questions. Councillor Peterson and then Councillor Ryan.
Luther, I just note that there were some questions about the RSE scheme raised just last week in the national media, and I think it's timely that we go back and talk about it again.
There wasn't a question?
No, the comment.
Okay, Councillor Ryan.
Right, I hear your pain and I followed closely what you were doing after COVID. You do great work, but my question is, how do we escalate the issue so that around the table and other organisations are aware what is happening? Do you see the need for some sort of maybe advisory group that looks at our minority communities to make sure we become inclusive around this stuff? Or what is your solution for that, keeping us informed?
I don't know, if I knew the solution in terms of long term, I probably wouldn't be sitting here. I'll be sitting at the beach during my time off. But it's education first and foremost. It's understanding. That's why we're doing this, is that we want to be heard. Part of the responsibility that rests with us. We haven't been heard. We haven't put our hand up. We are reluctant to do high fives in public, Pacifica. We're reluctant to celebrate our successes in that. So what we are doing is that we're going to start asking the hard questions. Those who are there to provide the service to us must be made accountable for providing that service at the end of the day. And what we've seen is that while the service is being provided, it's a cherry-picking, gatekeeping exercises. That's all it is. They just come in, do their little bit without understanding that if you want to help the family, help the individual, you have to look at the family. That's a core and source of any remedy. You don't deal with an individual on its own, which is what has been happening. Because at the end of the day, if it's an issue about income, it ties in with a little Johnny not going to school. It ties in with a family not being able to take the kids to have their annual immunisation programs done. It ties in with truancy. Everything is linked together. So the things need to change, and the approach by those who provide those services, the basic need to be understood that insofar as Pacifica is concerned, and I'm pretty sure Māori and other communities do, but for our purposes, you need to look at the family. The core issue is around the family. As I said, yeah, our culture is part of that, because we are sometimes reluctant to ask the hard questions. We accept authority too easily. But the time has come, as I said, for us, most of us here in the Wairarapa now have decided to make the Wairarapa our home because we love the place, we want to give the place a bit of colour. But things need to change in the terms of how we interact and how support can be done. And we're doing our little bit here, and all we're asking is that some mindsets need to be changed for those delivering those services.
Thank you very much, Luther, and we deliberate on the 2nd of June, and that's when we'll make decisions around the submissions that we do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, the next is on page 242, the Riversdale Beach Surf Life Saving Club. So welcome, Dave.
Good morning all. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name's Dave Rose. I'm the chairman of the Riversdale Beach Surf Life Saving Club. With me is Charlie Caldwell. He is the Central Regional Manager for Surf Life Saving New Zealand. So I assume that everyone's got the submissions that I put forward.
They've all been read, so
there's no need for me to read it through again?
no, we've read all the submissions, so you may want to hit any key points that you may want to
I have
expand
some.
on. Please do.
I have a couple of just some articles in the local paper that talks about what we did last summer. I guess everyone, if you've read the submission, I think everyone's pretty comfortable where we are at the beach and what we do at the beach. We've been running there since 1955. We're very proud of our work at the beach. And it's our work in the community that also needs to be highlighted. Not only do we perform on the beach itself, but if there's an accident in the community or a serious incident, we dialed in 111 to Wellington Free. So in other words, Graham, if you fell over in your Speedos at the beach, and it wouldn't be a pretty sight, then there'd be a call that would be made, and it would be a beeper call, and one of our guards or one of our off-duty people, Mike Taylor, Jane Tiley, would respond. And in the last 12 months, some of those responses have saved lives. We've been able to get there with an AED unit. Mike's been able to get there when a little kid was in epileptic shock with peanut butter in the Homewood Road. Mike responded and literally saved this boy's life. So it's not only what we do on the beach that I think is well documented, it's what we do in the community. We're 45 minutes from anything, from an ambulance or from a helicopter. So these guards that we pay each summer, they perform both during the day as a paid lifeguard, but in the evenings. We get called out at 7, 8, 9, midnight, and these guards respond. And that's where we are. We're with wages. So our issue has been that my wage bill was over $40,000 last summer. Now we responded to COVID in the best way we could, and that is by putting guards on the beach. We acknowledged that Riversdale was going to be a destination that people would go to, as would a lot of coastal communities in New Zealand with COVID. And so we put more guards on the beach to make sure that our community was safe. And that cost me a lot of money. Unfortunately, we're coming here to say that we need more funding, to be honest, everyone. There's 72 lifeguard clubs in New Zealand, and 71 of them are fully funded. 71 are fully funded by council. There is only one surf life saving club in New Zealand that's not fully funded, and you're looking at them. And that's us. So that's the bottom line. Now, we would not be able to provide a service on the beach without the support of our community. And that community supports us in fish auctions, which are weather dependent. We don't get a good day, we don't raise 10K. We have a quiz night, which we get wonderful support. But if we don't run those events, we don't pay our wages. And that's where we are. We're struggling at times, and we have to acknowledge that our community is there for us. They spend a lot of money in the Wairarapa. They drive over, they spend money through all the services as they come here. They spend money back in the community in terms of all the various trades they need at the beach. We think that the Riversdale Beach itself supports this community in terms of the wider Masterton District Council, and we're asking you to support us. So I welcome any questions. Charlie will answer any questions from a national body.
Thank you, Dave and Charlie. Councillor Nixon.
I may have seen this wrong, but I noticed you're asking for $20,000 towards the wages.
Yes.
So that's, you're not actually asking us to fully fund, you're only
Well,
asking us to part fund.
It's just a big step up. I mean, we asked for 15,000 last year, and we've been receiving 10,000 for the previous 6 or 7 years, and we got 8,000.
So the reason that you're not asking for fully funding is you just
I don't think I'll get it.
a jump.
I don't think I'll get it. So I'm being realistic. I would love to be fully funded. It would take so much pressure off us as a club of where we go. But I'm being realistic with the council. I know that you're being asked by some very worthy organisations around the Wairarapa for funding.
So the second question, if we were to fully fund you,
Yes,
rather than just part fund you, what are the opportunities for you guys to widen the net, I suppose, in terms of first aid training and stuff in Riversdale for the rest of the community?
if we were fully funded, we would be able to offer a service at Castle Point, which doesn't currently have a service at all. We respond to Castle Point as required. Unfortunately, sometimes it's bad. We respond to drownings, body recoveries, etc. There's a lot more we could do in the community that our funds at the moment go directly towards wages.
I could probably chip in here, Dave. We've recently received government funding, which is providing Dave and his team with a little bit of support in the operational area to run the club. The product which he's delivering on the beach very successfully purely goes on salary and wages, but there is some moves afoot to have a look at what's actually happening at Riversdale in terms of beach numbers and where people are going. And we have some people brighter than both Dave and I, who are scientists, who are going to do a thing called aquatic risk analysis that says where is the biggest demand for what we're actually doing. We could well see a customisation of the current service, but I think Dave's 100% correct right now. He is that will likely mean an expansion of the existing service to some of the other areas. Riversdale continues to grow in terms of its beach numbers.
We can go to Castle Point without a problem.
Yeah, okay, Ray will take this last question.
I note the other submissions that support your submission, and you've mentioned keeping people alive and then also going to people that die. I just want to say thank you for that respect that you pay people that die and that kind of service that there is. But my question is to kind of more of a national frame. Is there some reason that 71 other councils fully fund this operation that we're missing out on that we don't know about?
No, I think the information that I've seen from Dave in the last 2 submissions, it hits the mark in terms of what the actual cost is. As a approximate calculation, it costs $25,000 to put 3 guards on a beach for 30 working days a year during the summer period. And the other 6 councils which I'm doing submissions to, that is regarded as a minimum level of funding. So we do have opportunities. Wellington, for instance, pay the living wage. There's other bits and pieces going on, but there is an allowance with some of the funding agreements I've got for overhead, for training, for supervision, for bits and pieces of equipment. So I'd probably suggest, with all due respect to Dave, that a minimum of 20,000 is really a bare, still very much a bare bones service, and all of that will go on directly to the guards on wages. I also point out the national body runs the payroll, does the recruitment, does all the contracting, health and safety, all those other additional
costs associated with providing a safe environment for those guards over on the beach.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. I think we're deliberating on the 2nd of June and we'll make a decision on the submission.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, so next is on page 241, which is Nick from Age Concern Wairarapa. Welcome, Nick. So just to let you know that we have 7 minutes, you have 7 minutes to present, and then we have 3 minutes to ask any questions. Okay, and you can take that we have read the submission.
Kia ora koutou. Ko tēnei taku mihi ki ngā tangata whenua o te rohe nei. Ka mihi hoku hoki ngā tohu o te rohe nei. Ka mihi hoku o ki ngā mahi o te ropu, Masterton District Council. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko nuku ko tokoina. Ko kai whakahaere o he manakitanga kamotua. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for your grace in allowing me to speak to the long-term plan for the Masterton District Council. My name is Nick Rilkoff, and I'm the manager of Age Concern Wairarapa. On the 3 big decisions in the long-term plan, Age Concern is particularly appreciative and supportive of all efforts to increase affordable homes for older people and kaumātua in our community, as so many are struggling to maintain secure and healthy housing options. Age Concern recommends that Council include tangata whenua in the planning and provision of housing for seniors, and supports other submissions seeking partnership with local iwi. The new civic facility is a bold proposal, and whether it comes about and how it is funded are decisions for the residents of this area, and we do not have a position. While the proposed civic facility does provide a space for all people to engage with some council services, we feel it does not necessarily meet the range of needs of older people. In the long-term plan, there are big decisions and a range of other infrastructure projects, but Age Concern wants to know how projects get on that list to be funded, and particularly in terms of community spaces and facilities. But I would like to step a little bit sideways, because in 2019, the 3 councils of the Wairarapa put a lot of effort into consulting on and developing Te Hokai Nuku, the positive aging strategy for our region. It confirms the council's commitment to value and look after older people, and to enable people of all ages to actively participate in community. The work of Age Concern is also very much centered on older people living valued, safe, and connected lives. We serve the needs of older people, our kaumātua, across the Wairarapa. We provide people over the age of 65 with opportunities to make connections. Many of our newer members have recently retired to the Wairarapa and come to us for information about engaging with their new community. We also meet older people, our kaumātua, where they are, providing the services, support, and activities they ask for. Of the 6 goals within Te Hokai Nuku, the positive aging strategy, I'd like to remind everyone that goal 1 is for community and health services to support older people's well-being. And the well-being of older people resonates deeply with me because that's the work of Age Concern. We currently reach 200 to 300 people a month with our health promotion programs, and I mean physical and mental health, by convening activities and events in fall prevention and exercise programs, monthly adventures and coffee mornings across the Wairarapa, where monthly speakers promote good health, healthy living, and healthy aging. We promote road safety with road code refresher courses, and we support people to work through their post-driving options with a Life Without a Car workshop. We provide accredited visitors to 50 people a week who are housebound and want company, but can't get out. We match their interests with volunteers whose service inevitably turns into friendship. Age Concern Wairarapa also provides essential support to older people in Kaumātua who might be experiencing any of the many forms of elder abuse and neglect. And we have increased our capacity to raise awareness with all corners of our community on the signs of abuse of older people. Although we are physically based at the Solway Showgrounds, each member of our team participates in an outreach roster whereby we have a monthly presence in a community centre or a library in Carterton, Greytown, Featherston and Martinborough. We hope that by bringing our services closer to people who might not be able to travel to us, we can encourage questions and provide support to people that don't currently engage with us. As you well know, last year's data told us that there were 10,735 people over the age of 65 in the Wairarapa. That's about 22% of our population, and this is growing every day, particularly as more people like myself realize the advantages of aging in the Wairarapa. So at Age Concern, we're looking to the future and how each of our councils can contribute to achieving this strategy. Because at the moment, my concern is that Te Hukainuku, the positive aging strategy, is not mentioned in the long-term plan. Older people's needs and interests and well-being are not mentioned in your long-term plan. And the resources and the implementation plan currently in place to deliver this strategy are modest and very inward-looking. There's a part-time, short-term person who does a great job. There's awareness training for council staff.
That's okay.
Mine will go next. There's also naming the required work of a council. For example, footpath maintenance or disability access to public buildings as achievements under this strategy, when really these are reasonably expected work for any council in New Zealand. It is our aspiration and request that you look up and look around. There's a vibrant community of organizations and services supporting older people in Kaumātua, and we strongly request that the next iteration of this strategy includes meaningful partnerships with us. Together, we can achieve much more for the physical and mental well-being of older people who very soon will account for 1 in 4 of us. We want to hear older people's voices in your long-term plans. We want to see the next positive aging strategy guided by older people and properly resourced. While the long-term plan is very much future-focused on mokopuna, I want to remind you that older people are here and are so much a part of our community. Age Concern and the many organizations that work with older people are focused on ensuring their voice is heard, their involvement is assured, and their positive aging is part of your daily thinking. So I'm not here asking for money. I'm not asking about a what, but I'm asking about a how. The process for reinvigorating and realizing this strategy needs to include older people from design to implementation and evaluation of progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. I'll take any questions. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. With that strategy from 2019, if you were to rate the implementation out of 10, what would you go?
I would say probably quite low out of 10, because I think that if we, again, as I say, it's not been resourced. If we look at the goals in here. So, I don't know, internally, you could count successes, like I say, hiring someone, training people, maybe a 2.
So in terms of the key goals in that documentation, that's what it is. And would you say the actual plans and aspirations of that are valid and worthwhile?
Absolutely, and I believe, I wasn't around the Wairarapa during the process, but I believe it was based on wide consultation at the time. I do think that they're valid, yes.
Okay. If you were to isolate some action points that you'd like to see happen over the next 12 months, what would they be?
I think I would come back to goal 6 in the in this strategy, the positive aging strategy, because I think, as I said, well, goal 6 is around places, spaces and activities. Because while the resources and thinking going into the civic facility that is being thought about, they don't necessarily, as I said, meet the needs of the people that we encounter. And those needs are really around social connections and opportunities for kind of one-stop shop access to services and information and company and understanding and time and listening. And it's quite a complicated thing in the center of town for people to access the different little organizations that are all around. So I would like to see something like an older person's hub resourced.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, is it quite over time?
It says that you support the council's preferred option, but it seems to contradict what you said around the event centre, the civic centre. So do you support that option?
Well, I mean, I think, as I said, we don't have a skin in the game around the funding or that option. And while we're not opposed to the proposal for a civic facility, it certainly meets needs in town. It doesn't meet the needs of older people. And I think that's my bigger point, is that the long-term plan doesn't consider any of what we see considered in here.
Thank you, Nat.
Thank you
very much. Thank you. And we have deliberations on the 2nd of June, and we'll be making decisions based on the submissions through our process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome Jenna and Steve from Masterton Food Bank, page 218. Councillor Holmes has just asked if you brought us our lunch.
I don't think you can eat anything in this box, and that's kind of my point.
Thought it might be. Welcome. So just there you have 7 minutes to present to us and 3 minutes for questions. The bell will go at 6 minutes.
All right.
And you can take the submission as read, councillors that will read the submission.
Thank you for your time this morning. Yeah, we're just here to sort of reinforce our application. It's probably a big swing for the food bank in terms of the amount of funding that we're seeking as well, significant increase, but we've also seen a significant increase in demands for food parcels over the last 18 months or so, since COVID basically, and that hasn't abated, and Jenna will share a couple of things around that really. So the application is to increase hours for our coordinator. It's currently 30 hours, increasing to 40 hours, and also looking at an additional part-time support person to support the coordinator with what we do within the food bank. I've actually been this is my 20th year with the food bank, and I've seen a huge increase over those years, and you know, we just can't sustain what we're doing at the moment on what we're doing. So yeah, we're seeking support from the council.
Yeah, okay, so just to highlight a little bit of the growth that we've been seeing is every year for the last 3 years, which covers the sort of last sort of funding round, we've had an increase each year. It started off at around 3,000 parcels, and now last year we did 6,500, and this year alone in the first 3 months we've done just over 2,000, which projects us to do around 8,500 for this year, which is quite a huge growth, and that those products don't come from thin air, and it's taking quite a toll on our volunteers and myself, even though I'm only new in the position. The workload is now just me, not me and my husband, as Lynn used to have her husband supporting her quite significantly in the workload. We also are relied on heavily in the community to provide Christmas cheer, and that's another expense that we have we budget for all year. But last year we did 400 parcels at Christmas time, on top of our normal parcels, and those are really important to well-being for our community. And again, they are all referred to us by our trusted agencies that we work with, like the Age Concern Lady. You know, we help them out as well. They have clients that we help. I would appreciate having an increase in my hours because it really isn't achievable on 30 hours a week at the moment. So for me personally, that would be a huge help to the running of our operation. Another major concern for me is the outcome and increasing operational costs that we're going to see. We will outgrow our premises, which means our rent will go up when we get a bigger building. As will our utilities, our IT system needs upgrading, and our cool stores are less than adequate. Our volunteers can't even use them at the moment. Deep freezers, they can't get the stuff out of the freezer, so it's kind of, all of that stuff is things that are going to need to be addressed very shortly for us to continue our service. Rubbish removal costs are going up because we're creating more waste because we're doing more parcels. And something that I'm not sure that you're all aware of is that we actually provide quite a lot more than just food items. Everything in this basket here is not edible, and it is stuff that our people in our community rely on us to help provide to them. It's things like toothbrushes, sanitary items, washing powder, really basic cleaning products, nappies for newborns, and what for, these items, as you probably all know, are quite expensive, and I don't see them as a luxury. I see them as something that helps create a really healthy, rounded community. Dental care, all of that sort of stuff. I'm not sure if the council is aware that that is something that we are the only people that provide this to the community. I know that the sanitary items in the schools is coming up, but I don't believe it's rolled out properly yet, so that's not something that we can rely on being taken away from us as a regular thing.
We might need to,
Yep.
yeah, nearly there.
Yep, just about. And the other last little bit of information is that I've been speaking with the Foodstuffs head office, and they are indicating that they expect 8% increase in food grocery increase annually moving forward. So I mean, that's just going to add compile to our worries about our security for the community. Yeah.
Just one other thing I'd like to add too is we have found there's a big swing in who's coming to us for food parcels. Previously it's been people that are unemployed, but there's a lot of working people these days that own their own homes that just can't afford to make ends meet. So they are ratepayers and providing, working with the community in the communities, but still struggling. And we don't have statistics on that because we work with a lot of agencies, but we do see and hear feedback on that.
Thank you, Stephen. Gina, is there any questions? Councillor Johnson and Councillor Nixon.
Hi. During COVID, there was some central government funding with regards to food operations. What's the status now?
Yep, so we are in the process of applying for our level 4 accreditation for that, to secure that for another year, Steve, that we get. It's grey. We haven't been given it, so to speak. We don't qualify for it at the moment, but we're working towards that. And it's only a one-off payment, I believe.
Per annum, or do you apply each year?
No, it will run out, and I think we get the first one, everyone that applied got it. The second one, you have to reach this level 4 accreditation.
And when will you know about that?
We have to have our review in by June.
And do you know the value of that if you're successful?
I think it's 20,000.
Councillor Nixon.
We had a previous submitter who talked about the need for items during COVID. What understanding do you have of your demographics of your clients?
It's very inclusive. We see all age, all
Actually,
race.
I'm really specifically interested in the actual numbers
of
percentage of clients that are Pacific.
Oh, Pacific. Oh, I don't know if I've got that right in front of me.
So
I would be happy. We do have Pacific Islanders, and we do. Yes. But I could get that for you if you wanted. Sorry.
Okay, is there any further questions? No, there isn't. We have our deliberations on the 2nd of June, and we will make decisions based on, our deliberations on the 2nd of June, and we'll be making our decisions based on the submissions. And thank you very much.
Awesome,
for
thank
coming
you.
along.
Have a good day.
You too, thank you. So the next item is page 153, and we welcome Graham Duck. If Graham would like to come and speak, and Graham, I think you've been hearing, I don't need to repeat
No, you don't. No,
you've been here since 10, so welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The reason I came early was to hear what other people had to say. It's been very interesting. I don't envy the tasks ahead of you, but you've got my submission, so I don't need to repeat too much of that. I think basically, I think the priorities in the long-term plan are wrong. I think it's not really until you get down to about item 4 and 5 that we come against the real issues, which are the climate change and water resilience in the Wairarapa and Masterton and the Wairarapa. But before that, it is the proposed expenditure for the civic centre and other projects around town, totaling $60 million plus or minus, and a proposed urban rate increase of 5% per year. Or if you compound that through for 10 years of the long-term district plan, that amounts to 70% rate increase, which is a bit of a starting figure for any pensioners on fixed incomes. But I'll leave it with that thought and go on to what I believe to be the main issues facing Masterton and the Wairarapa in the future, which is touched on in the long-term plan, which is climate change and water resilience. Climate change will present opportunities and challenges. Already the industrial plants in the Wainoa area are processing some product from the land, and the Wairarapa predict that their futures and existence and employment opportunities that they provide are at risk in the face of dwindling water resources, so it is of concern to them. Waiting for the central government through Water's review and review of local bodies legislation, whatever that means, before taking action would really put off the inevitable in the face of climate change, and in the hope of passing the buck to some other yet to be defined organisation. We don't know what local body review is going to mean. In order to meet the challenges and provide a foundation for our future generations to take advantage of opportunities provided by climate change through employment and business growth, water resilience and securing long-term supplies, not just for Masterton, but the Wairarapa as a whole, I believe should be the #1 priority in the face of climate and regulatory change. The proposal to increase raw water storage at Kaituna to 40 days is commendable, but does it go far enough, and does it miss a greater opportunity? Water will be the key to economic growth in the Wairarapa, and from that will flow work and business opportunities for our future generations and provide better for the well-being of those future generations. Every town in the Wairarapa has suffered issues in water supply, both in terms in quantity and quality in recent times, and the long-term effects of climate change haven't even hit yet. The proposed Wakamoka community storage appears the most likely solution for providing resilience of water supplies to the towns of the Wairarapa and boosting the economy of the region by providing for the irrigation of different crops that will become available under climate change. The 7.4 proposed for increasing water storage would be far better spent towards the Wakamoka community water storage scheme. The District Council should get as much support as possible for the project from Carlton District, South Wairarapa District Council, Council, the Greater Wellington Regional Council and local politicians in pushing the project as quickly as possible, seeking a wire-wrap-a-low solution to our water supplies. The Masterton District Council needs to review the brand and prioritise the fundamentals of life and well-being. The current long-term plans fall well short in that regard and raises far more questions than it answers. In summary, water equals work equals well-being.
Thank you, Graham. So I'll just open up to any questions from any councillors, please. Right.
I'm interested in your answer to number 3 on this document in front of me. Sorry, number 4, in terms of paying for our plan, and you agree with that? Is there a reason why?
In terms of,
so the number 4 question I got on my sheet in front of me says, paying for our plan, do you agree with how the council intends paying for this plan? And the recorded answer was, I agree.
And then you've got to go into general comments as well.
Yeah, but I don't want to start with yes, that's something else.
I must admit that I did that, the initial format, putting in the long-term plan. Having calculated what the rate increase will be over the 10 years of the plan, I think I have to withdraw that comment.
Any other questions, Councillor Nelson?
Thanks, Graham, for your presentation. Just regarding the dam project, would you be content to see the money that was intended to be spent on the civic centre and the revamp? Right. Would you be happy with the money that has been paid for the civic centre and the revamp to be pushed entirely towards the dam project?
No, I am of the view that we do need a civic centre. Although it's not very far, I'm getting a time going down to the Carlton, the civic centre, which is quite a good facility, but it's not that big. I think its maximum audience is about 350. But I mean, I've always believed in having a civic centre here in Masterton. I've used the old town hall myself on a personal basis. I've found it myself, and it was very useful. So it's just it's the unknown. We don't know enough about it to commit to financing. We don't know what we're actually being asked to consult on financing, whatever that means. So I think I'm for a civic centre, but I believe it could be done at a much lower price, probably half, perhaps, if you were. Or we're relying on anything around the civic centre, we're relying on supposition and innuendo and what we can gather out of bits of information that may or may not be true. So it's a bit of a potpourri.
Is there any other questions? No, thank you very much for your submission, Graham. I just remind councillors that you speak to the submission that the submitter has sent in to us. Thank you, Graham. Okay, the next, and we welcome One Lap of Water Limited. So welcome Robin and Bob. So it's page 215. I think by now, Bob, you would most certainly know the drill. 7 minutes, the bell will ring at 6 minutes, and then 3 minutes to answer.
Appreciate what are you going? So straight into Robin will lead off, recognising the short time. I'll make a couple of comments to finish. Robin.
Thank you, and I've got a short 4-slide PowerPoint to follow. So very much appreciate the opportunity to present today. I'd like to submit apologies from Tim Lusk. He was unfortunately unable to attend because of family issues.
The purpose of course today is to expand on our written submission to the draft plan in support of the provision of a loan of up to $1 million. And I just want to express our support for our appreciation of your support up to this point as well. So the Wairarapa Water Resilience Strategy provides a new, wider, long-term context for the issues that we have in the Wairarapa. It defines the problem, key values and possible solutions, and correctly emphasises a grey-green balance, nature-based solutions versus man-made infrastructure. There's no one solution to fix it. All solutions must be investigated, and of course none are guaranteed. We're trying to consent a scheme in a perfect storm of unprecedented change taking place to planning frameworks nationally and locally. The proposed natural resources plan, the national policy statement, national environmental standards, 3 waters reform, and the RMA, to name but a few. Despite this, we continue to see water storage as a unique opportunity, a game changer for the Wairarapa, driven by a belief, supported by NEWA and Greater Wellington Regional Council reports, that climate change will be severe. We believe that the Wairarapa wider community also sees water as a significant issue, both today and in the future. And so we have engaged a reputable polling agency to test this, and we'll have the results to release next week. So we've used a group called Community Engagement. They're used by the Labour Party and have been by other political parties in Poland. They've been doing a poll over the last 2 weeks. These are the kind of questions we've been asking, and they've guaranteed at least 700 replies. They're using telephone numbers, both mobile and landlines. It is Wairarapa wide, so we're testing the whole of the Wairarapa. So asking them about whether the community believes that there's access issues for water, what they think about the solutions and what they think about the support. We're currently validating those results, and we'll be releasing those next week. Working together, we believe that we can create a resilient water source for current and future generations. So the Whakamoko Community Water Scheme can provide for growth, and I refer you to the graph that we have up here that shows with the current option of building at Kaituna, potentially under the growth options in the future, by 2051, you'll need to be thinking about more storage again. So what we put aside in the community water scheme provides for resilience well into the future under growth protection. Indicatively, we believe that the larger scheme can be delivered at a lower cost, somewhere between 67 and 89% less than the smaller scheme, to be confirmed. We also think that it can be developed to address the other risks Masterton faces as it looks for solutions to its water storage issues. We did look at putting our intake at the same place as Masterton, but we rejected that because of the complexity associated with the fish screening that would have to be put in place. So we're willing and obviously would like to share all that information with you. So we ask that Masterton District Council support us as we traverse the headwinds we have encountered in finding a consenting pathway for the scheme under all these changes that we're facing. The most likely consenting pathway for our scheme begins by becoming specified infrastructure for municipal supply. And there are benefits for both Wairarapa Water and Masterton District Council if together we can enter into a process of exploring the range of options to deliver to Masterton District Council's requirements. And so we've proposed a 2-stage MOU leading to certainty of the preferred supply option by the time Masterton District Council has to face its new consent conditions and the 3 waters reform in 2024. To be clear, however, the option of the water scheme, the larger reservoir, will expire at some point without Masterton District Council and Greater Wellington Regional Council support. So in conclusion, we're quite certain from the feedback that we've been getting in our pop-up centre and in town, there's people there today talking to the community and other events, that the majority of the community wants this water storage option to be fully explored. The survey, we believe, will confirm this. We ask you to support us and enter into a process to deliver certainty to the community. The proposed MOU is our suggested next step, and your ongoing support is appreciated and absolutely essential if we are to continue. Thank you.
Just if I got 1 minute.
Yes, yep.
So this is a major focus on the urban area and talks mainly about Masterton District. one area I've had a long involvement in and still feel really strongly about is the Wainau area and the industrial area. Under Fight 2, of course, water, but there'll be no water there over a 3-month period. I talked to Duke and Higgins this morning to pick up just the number of staff they're employing at the moment. It's significant. It would be unacceptable that they would have to close down and move, or they couldn't move. So I just remind you of the urban, rural, but the industrial area is sort of significant part of our operation, even though it's in the Garden District. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. Any questions, Councillor Nixon?
Robin, thank you for your presentation. I am really curious around the timelines for the MOU that you would seek from the council. What, in relation to all of the changes that are coming up, is this something that we need to deal with a sense of urgency? And when would you, when is the optimum time for this to be signed?
Yes, it is urgent. Because all of our funding agreements are based on us hitting milestones. We do the work, we hit a milestone, and we draw down funds. So we have we're facing issues like funding in the future. So we would appreciate this being looked at as soon as possible with urgency to sign up with this MOU.
Thank you, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you for your presentation. Just your lots of slides will be important, quite clear.
The one around the Kaituna plan having to be reassessed in 2061, is that based on current practices and usage by people in the Masterton community?
It's based on, we've been working with your staff to look at what the usage could be in the future as well. So it's based on 13,000 cubic metres a day, I think.
Which is current, is it?
Yes.
And we can share that presentation.
Yeah, David's saying yes.
But also there's low and high growth projections that we've factored into that as well, which we've shown there. Under only a low growth projection versus a high growth projection, that's the difference between the 26 or 19 days.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Hi Bob. Robert.
Thanks.
Have you had this same discussion with your proposed MOU partners, or is that discussion still to come?
No, the MOU has been presented to both the Masterton and South Wairarapa District Councils, and I met with the Three Waters Reform leader, Alan Pragnell, on Monday to talk about how we can factor in what they're thinking into any MOU.
And what about Greater Wellington?
We're having ongoing discussions with Greater Wellington Regional Council. I've got another one on Friday, yes.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions? Councillor Nixon.
Is there anything Masterton District Council can do to support your negotiations with Greater Wellington?
Absolutely. We're proposing a workshop, and your attendance and support at that workshop would be appreciated.
I think that's critical, Tina. We're at a really interesting stage, and I think that would be great.
Just noting though that Greater Wellington Regional Council are the consenting authority, but we will support in whichever way that we are able to within those parameters.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good.
And I did just note that Mike Jordan from the Governance Policy at Victoria University was speaking on the fourth water, which covers very much these issues on the 25th.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, thank you very
Thanks,
much, Bob
Good.
and Robin.
Thanks.
Okay, moving on now to the next submission, which is on. Sorry.
No, not for you, sorry. I just wanted to note that I have a conflict of interest. Sorry, out of the four that I've already said, I forgot it. For this last presentation, and one up water in general.
Yeah.
First slide.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, that's all right. Okay, welcome, Teresa.
I've obviously caused an exodus.
You obviously have. So Graham has declared a conflict as and has left the room. So welcome, Teresa, and
not being nearly so up with it as everybody else, I have typed a little thing as a backup because I wrote a very short submission knowing that you all had to read endless amounts of them. So I knew I was going to speak. So
Yeah, I'll just pass them, we'll just
You'll pass
them
them on? Okay. And I'll do the same. Here we go. Okay.
So just, I don't know whether you've heard 7 minutes to speak, and then we can ask some questions, you can be seated, and Tanya will ring the bell at 6 minutes.
Okay, so in my submission, which is in front of you, I fully supported the town revamp. So the backup on that is we need to get on board with the stream of tourists who are local, especially from Wellington and so on, to make us the next end of destination after Greytown, because they definitely love in Greytown, Martinborough, but are we getting them here? I think the skate park will bring families in from other areas, but we definitely need to be able to back that up with a good-looking town that looks like it's got something to offer. I mean, Wairarapa is now part of the buzz, and we are maybe missing out because we don't look like part of the buzz. As a resident, I say I would also enjoy to, what we've got planned looks like it'll be, make it a better place to live. Housing for seniors, I've said let the government fund those because you may well have a family whose mum and dad and 3 kids who are struggling to pay their rates, let alone pay for extra housing when, the tax base, that's what that's for. People who can afford it pay more tax, so people who can't afford it get housing. So I think it's for me, it's a very simple equation. Government pays for public housing. Civic Centre, here is where the real community value will be. And for those of you who know me, I have appeared in Nats musicals for over many years and thoroughly enjoy the theatre that is offered here. You've got the submission from Masterton Theatre Company. They're in reasonably dire straits with their building long term because it's not fit for purpose. It needs a lot of money spent on it. So what happens with the Civic Centre is very crucial to their going forwards because they may not have their own theatre. So, what happens, their numbers, as you see from their submission, I don't know whether any of you have read it, is there is a huge amount of young people who are now involved in theatre in Masterton who probably weren't before, and they are coming through. Children who are in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang at the moment have come through the acting antics with Deborah Percy and her husband, and then they go on to Linda Boyce, who then has an intermediate teens theatre group who put on performances a couple of times a year. So I think last year they had 200 children involved in theatre. Now that's quite some number of children who maybe don't always fit into the other slots. Often they're kids who are not sports people, they're not necessarily kids with other interests. They find a niche, my kids certainly did, in this group of people who are like-minded, who enjoy doing this stuff. And so it's very much a great thing for young people to get involved in theatre and do it. And the friends you make are absolutely fabulous. As Bex will attest, you meet some great people in theatre. And it would be lovely if Masterton could have a theatre that the Masterton Theatre Company can use, but also we have 2 dance schools. We have some primary schools don't have decent theatre space to put on their school productions. We have things like Opportunity come to town. At the moment they're going to Carterton. I hear it from old Masterton people that they can't get to Carterton to get to them. Even on a local scale where we supposedly have Rathkill and Waikol, 90% of the time you can't use those spaces. They've either got assembly coming in, so you can't set up a stage or a set to run for a 2-week period because they want to have assembly, then they have exams, and then they have their own production, and they have a choir thing. I mean, we could be hosting the Big Sing here easily if we had the right space, which is choirs from all over the lower North Island coming here to sing. At the moment it happens in Palmerston North or Wellington, but it could happen here if we had the right space. So there's a lot of scope for who could use it as long as it was, you had a good person driving who was going to use it. And you would need to have somebody who would go looking for people to come and use the space as well as local people using the space. Now, most of all, I've got here a hub for all ages. Our library is fantastic. The staff there are great, and they perform so many public roles in even just helping me download Libby onto my phone so that I can read books, on my iPad via the Libby app. If I hadn't gone into the library and spoken to the great staff there, I wouldn't have known about it, and I wouldn't have it. They also spend a lot of time anecdotally helping people fill out forms, photocopy, go to fill out forms for WINS, because so many organisations now rely on you being able to have access to a computer and fill out stuff online. There's an awful lot of people who are disenfranchised from that. They either don't have connectivity, they don't know how to use it, or they don't have, Wi-Fi even. So the library, for me, becomes a hub of people being able to go for help in those places, and again, that requires a staff member probably, but also a quiet study space for students who maybe haven't got somewhere at home where they can sit and do an assignment with some connectivity. So even on that, a space for computers within the library that people can go and use and not have to pay enormous amounts for getting Wi-Fi broadband at home if they don't want to. You'd be saving rent because you wouldn't be having staff if you had staff there, which you should do, on paying for the old ANZ building, and the archive could all be within the same building. And that again is a huge draw card, that archive. As more and more people become with DNA testing, people find out that they've come from somewhere and they want to find out more. The archive is a real treasure, and I know Gareth's gone. It's still, marvellous resource. There we go. 6 minutes.
You've still got another minute.
I've still got another minute. Oh, okay.
Just a warning.
Okay, so you can save money on renting spaces that other people can come into. And I think, I've just read a book, 21 Lessons for the 21st Century, from Yuval Harari, that Israeli, university professor, and he's saying that the world is changing. A lot of people aren't going to have jobs. There's going to be, as AI and things become more involved, robots and so on take a lot of jobs, there's going to be a lot of people who've got nothing much to do. So having a hub, a community hub where people can go and join groups and do things will be, in my book, increasingly important.
Okay, thank you, Teresa. Is there any questions on Teresa's submission?
Teresa, firstly, thanks for your submission. Based on the information that was in the long-term plan document with regards to the civic space, specifically for theatre shows, is that going to suit a Masterton theatre company? Is it too big, too small, not fit for purpose?
I think you'd have to have a really good talk with the Masterton theatre people to actually, because from what I've gathered, a 500-seat tiered seating thing is not going to work for them, because a lot of the shows have quite a small audience. But then, in a civic space, you could have another space that was a small theatre, but was also used for other purposes. But like a lecture theatre, where there's less seating, with, again, sound and things, but less sophisticated than the main centre for those shows where you're only going to have 100 people, turn up on a night. But that space could be used, for other things as well, meetings and presentations, and there's lots of people who use it.
Is there any other questions? There appears to be none. Thank you very much, Teresa. And we're deliberating on the 2nd of June. And that meeting will be open to the public as well. Okay, thank you. Okay, the next page 269, John Thompson. So Babs, I wonder if you can tell Graham, you can come back in. Thank you, John.
Scott Thompson.
Oh, Scott Thompson, sorry. Welcome, and I think you've heard that there are 7 minutes for you to present, and then 3 minutes for questions, but the bell will go at 6 minutes. So thank you and welcome.
Well, Your Worship, members of council, sitting here between you and your lunch is much more scary than flying in a 100-year-old aeroplane. So, page 28 of your document, good for. Now, this is a purely personal submission in which I want to emphasise the unique value for Masterton of the Vintage Aviator collection there, and maybe suggest a small practical step you could make in support of it. This is what puts Masterton on the world map, always supposing you want to be there. Years ago, I asked an overseas authority where this collection rates are worldwide in terms of heritage aviation. And he said, well, there's nothing like it. And I said, look, Fred, don't make a fool of me. I'm a simple country boy. He said, no. He said, in terms of integrity of the engineering, the breadth of the collection, the depth of the research, the fact that it all flies, the focus of it, there is nothing like it anywhere else. That is why, and not for the first or last time, one of the pioneer world famous aviation magazines has a 9-page supplement on Wood Aerodrome Masterton and some of the aircraft there. Now, never mind about the aircraft. Look at the blue sky. Look at the green fields. Chris, that should please you. This is your image. That is why before COVID struck, we had a visit from a businessman from Hungary. He came just to New Zealand, just for one day, to be here in Masterton and to move and fly amongst the aircraft used by the Austro-Hungarian Air Force in World War I. He's making a very big and beautiful book that none of us could afford to buy, but that's for the side. That's why I've got a clipping here showing our mayor, among the great and good, launching this government grant that we had for the airfield, using the collection as a place for the photo opportunity. And so she should. This is hugely important for Masterton over a very long period in the future. It's important for local interest and pride and our image. It's important to visitors to Masterton among the attractions. It's important, obviously, for aviation buses, and it's important for education. This is telling us who we are, history. This is telling us what we can do, technology. I would love to have time to share with you some of the aha moments I've had with people of all ages who've suddenly had the penny drop. Engineering isn't about computers, that's a tool of engineering. Engineering is about intuition and then experimentation. And through a fluke and the commitment and generosity of Sir Peter Jackson, we have this commitment here. It has dropped out of the sky into your lap. And you people are streetwise enough to know that there are many, many communities around the world that would just love to have this and maybe even take it away from you. So, the Aviation Heritage Centre, and I was speaking to Bob Francis as we came in. Times age, November 13, 2018. Aviation Centre is cleared for takeoff. And it gets better. 4 years in the pipeline. Your district plan's talking about starting digging dirt, not necessarily on this tidehood in 2022, as I understand it. 8 years. World War I only took 4. 8 years to put up a building, big building. Kennedy put a man on the moon in 10. What is happening? What is going wrong? Okay, there has been COVID, there has been a Bruce court case, and also it's the owner's personal collection and they make the choices. And I feel that in trying to push start this bulldozer, I'm standing on a skateboard. So I wanted to suggest that it's maybe time for Masterton to put something in towards this thing for our pride and stepping up for our Makapuna and for the Mayor's photo opportunities. Good on it. So what I'm going to suggest is you write a letter. Dear Sir Peter, a submission to our district plan has reminded us of the importance of your collection for us here in Masterton. We thank you, and Lady Fran. Say it with flowers, you're good at doing that. Regarding the Aviation Heritage Centre project, would it be helpful to take some small interim steps? It would be interesting to discuss immediate and tangible ways council might help the collection to become more available to the public in the short term. Yours, da-di-da-di-da. I'm suggesting to take a small step because Bob Francis tells me this thing is alive. That's good. I thought it might have been twitching. my first priority is keep it in Masterton. My second priority is help getting it back on the public radar after disruptions we've had. And the third priority is making steps towards this aviation centre, which would be immensely valuable to Masterton. And remember, a small step. It's the best aviators who keep their feet on the ground.
Thank you very much for that. Any questions of Scott? Councillor Ryan and then Councillor Nelson.
It's in my head at the moment, but so I visited a market twice, once only just a couple of weeks ago. How the idea, how does that sit alongside O'Marcus? Are you talking about a similar proposal to what O'Marcus got, or are you talking about something quite different?
It's a step towards the large centre which has been discussed. I think you need to keep the thing moving. Where you would put this or what that step might be, I would have ideas, but I'm not the owner of the collection and I wouldn't have to practically do it. As an interim step, I would build a large hangar in the area where the Vintage Aviator workshop is, near the skydive thing, and perhaps a second hangar there. Hangars are always going to be in demand in an airfield. I think in the development plan you have it down for possibly a flight school, commercial operations. That's where I would work from personally, but I'm not the person who makes the decisions. So is that helpful, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, I see the visitor numbers at O'Marcus. If we could get to that, you know, it's international, isn't it? My other question is, what is the likelihood of the increased industry that would be created? So what sort of employment opportunities would be created alongside this, as part of this?
Well, that depends on how it unfolds and how so many things that we can't understand, like what the future is COVID, what the future of the tourist industry. Obviously, if there's a centre, the people are going to be there to run it. Obviously, if it's going, it will depend on the owners of the collection, how many people would be employed in the industry supporting it. Yeah. And whether that attracts business from overseas and people who want aircraft built or serviced here, that's another issue. And I wouldn't want to get into that because I've got no right to speak to that.
Okay, thank you. Tim, Councillor Nelson.
I like your idea about education and schools being involved in the centre, because I think there would be, this is a question as well, about the whole centre being a little bit elitist, not accessible to the huge percentage of our community. So how would you promote that sort of facility to the wider Masterton community?
At the moment, it's been closed down. So yes, elitist, I suppose. And you can get to see the centre by getting in touch with David Critchley, the manager, and he will decide what fits in with the operation of flying. The thing would be to have more space so that it could be open to take school groups. And I've taken school groups there in the 12 years that I've been involved. So get in touch. And I would suggest groups that are focused on what they're going to see rather than just sort of race through. We had that at the air show and it was lovely, all the kids with a great plague of locusts. But, you know, I think you know enough about education to know that you need to focus there. Yeah. So it's there. Ask.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions of Scott? No, thank you very much for your enthusiastic presentation.
Thank you. I'll just leave those comments for what I said. If I may.
I'll put it at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on now to page 175, and we welcome Hewitt Harrison to speak to his submission. So Hewitt, I think you've been here a little while, you know that we would have read, councillors have read your submission, so if you want to highlight anything or speak to anything, you've got 7 minutes and then 3 minutes for us to answer questions, and the bell will ring at 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to be a bit blunt when I start off. I hope no one will take offence, but I tend to speak my mind about things that I feel strongly about. But I do thank you for the opportunity of speaking to my submission. While I intend to spend some time focusing on the content of my submission, I'm also going to cover some additional topics not encompassed within my submission. I preface my comments with the observation that I believe you have done your community of ratepayers and residents a major disservice with the document entitled Stepping Up for Our Mokopuna. Indeed, I would go so far as to suggest that Council has not itself stepped up on this occasion. This LTP presentation covers what you have decided to do and how much you're going to spend in the broadest of terms. You have asked for the community to tell you which option of only two in each case it prefers regarding the funding of three of the bigger projects: the civic facility, the Masterton Revamp, and housing for seniors. With respect to the civic facility, you're asking the community to affirm spending of in excess of $30 million, but we actually don't know what it is that you're proposing. We don't know where it is that you're proposing to put it. There is no design plan, no location plan, simply a proposed cost, which could have been plucked out of thin air for all the community can know. Basically, just take your pick, tick a box, and that's all you have to do. Well, exactly how responsible is that? In reality, you have discouraged input on any other subject. I say again, how responsible is that? There are 37 other projects with proposed expenditure ranging from $224,000 to $20.2 million per project. In total, $294 million. Add in the civic facility, the Masterton Revamp, and the senior housing, and that becomes a total of $358 million, of which you have effectively discouraged comment on 82% of it. I know that hasn't stopped people submitting, but effectively that is what has happened. In my view, Council has definitely not stepped up on this occasion. Let me address the issue of the civic facility. I do not support your current proposal. We have had 5 years of so-called consultation on what to replace the town hall with. 5 years, including 2 surveys, if I recall correctly. In all that consultation, you were never given a mandate to relocate the town hall with a new facility. Indeed, the focus of the discussion during the 5 years has been on debate about retaining or demolishing the buildings. In particular, a debate surrounding the facade and what to replace them with. And to a large extent, what facilities a replacement might include. There was a general consensus that the town needed a performing arts centre of some description, and there was also a general assumption for it to be sited on the existing Chapel Street site. While the existing administration building does require some earthquake risk strengthening, it is not a horrendous cost and could be built into a redevelopment of the building to complement an adjoining new performing arts centre. This could also provide opportunity for the location of some of the current services not catered for in Waiata House, which your LTP mentions, with the bonus of being within a very short walking distance of the Mayor's office. This is affordable. During 5 years of consultation, the relocation of the library into a new facility was also explored and pretty much rejected by the majority of the community. So exactly why is it now seen as desirable to have it as part of a new civic facility that we have not been told? But adding it in seems to have added nearly 20 million or more to the cost of the previously determined budget of 15.5 for a replacement town hall. And might I point out that the Kapiti Performing Arts Centre, completed not that long ago, cost just $12.5 million. No doubt it would cost a bit more today, but that was the cost, I think around about 18 months ago. If it is seen as desirable to have a larger library facility, then there is more than enough room and opportunity to expand the existing building, the existing library, including the archive facility, onto the adjoining site where the Portacom buildings have been set up at a much lesser cost than the nearly $20 million proposed under this long-term plan. Most probably $5 million would more than cover such an expansion, a little more if it were to be 2 levels. Let's look at the 2017 survey. 65% of respondents favoured the building of a new performing arts and events centre. 60% of respondents favoured retaining the facade of the existing but now closed administration building and town hall. The three facilities ranked for a new arts and events centre deemed most important by all ages were a space for concerts and performances, conference meeting room facilities, and arts and cultural exhibition space. And a cafe received some support. Where precisely did you hear the library mentioned? The support for the retention of the facade of the existing town hall must also tell council that the respondents favoured the existing site for their replacement civic facility. Quite frankly, I say to you all, Mayor and councillors of Masterton, you have not stepped up on this issue. You have presented to the Masterton community an unaffordable and unjustified proposal, which is to date entirely conceptual in nature and has an unknown location. You have treated us, the Masterton community, with arrogance and contempt. You have an opportunity to redress this disaster. I urge you to think carefully and go back to the drawing board. If imagination and clear thinking eludes you, then simply pick up the proposal that David Borman presented to you and the community and run with that. He has a proven record in getting things done and completed within budget, and will save the ratepayers a substantial sum that is most probably about to be spent on architects and consultants. The Masterton Revamp. I support aspects of this revamp proposal, but ask a serious question as to the cost versus benefits of what you are proposing to spend at the northern end of the town. The work proposed to revamp Park Street and Bruce Street will impact severely on both traffic flow and parking in those two streets. I cannot see the cost of this work being justified in any sense. For what is being proposed...
Can I just interrupt? So your 7 minutes have come up, so you can use the remaining 3 minutes to finish your presentation, or you can allow for some questions. I don't mind us going a minute
I'll take
or so over.
Finish, shall I?
Yeah, no, that's your call.
What is being proposed is gold-plated in nature. In other words, the costs surely must outweigh any benefits apart from making the streets look more appealing and pretty. I cannot support what is proposed and support the alternative option of expenditure of 14.6 million to the southern end of the town, of the CBD. Further, in my 2018 long-term plan submission, I advocated for the pedestrianisation of Queen Street from the south side of Church Street to the north side of Jackson Street. If you want to make Queen Street more attractive, welcoming and appealing to both shoppers and those enjoying a stroll and a coffee break, then this is your solution. I see no reference to this possibility, either short-term or long-term, in the current long-term plan. Town entry points. The north and south entry points to the town are dull, boring and unattractive. They lack any appeal or excitement. Let's look at the north. What must be recognised prior to any thought given to what we might like to see as a redevelopment proposal is that the town now effectively starts at the Ardsley Stud property, many metres prior to getting to the Hansel's factory. Shortly, the land immediately north of Hansel's is to be developed as an extension to the Lansdowne Retirement Village complex. So the Ardsley Stud property entrance, around 400 metres of this development, effectively becomes the start of Masterton. And of course, on the other side of the road, opposite Hansel's, you have an extension going into the Cashmore Heights development. I say move the 50 km/h limit to the Ardsley Stud entrance and create an exciting entry to Masterton at this point. It's plain common sense, surely. Retain the three pool, but instead of having them sited in a paddock of long grass, put them in a properly landscaped, attractive setting so that they actually stand out and are noticed. And then we come to the traffic islands that precede the main roundabout where the Ascension sculpture is sited. Since council determined that they did not wish to see irrigation water wasted on washing the road, these islands, now planted in varying degrees of green and brown, have become complete non-entities. Nonsense may be a better word. When I first came to Masterton to live 14 years ago, they were planted in an amazing spectacle of colour.
That's now 10 minutes.
Thank you.
So, thank you very much for your submission. You may have heard we have deliberations on the 2nd of June and they're
Yep.
open to the public, and we will make the decision on all the submissions from there.
Thank you. I'm spared the need to answer questions. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on now to the next submission, which is on page 202, and I welcome Richard Jackson.
Thank you for the opportunity. Those, I'm presuming that you have a copy of my hasty email sent.
And you can take it that the submission has been read.
Right, thank you. So obviously the challenge of speaking to you in person required me to put a bit more research into my thinking on the city. My background is that I've been a resident here for 20 years. 14 of those years I was a Wellington commuter. But it's on retiring, of course, that the impact of the town becomes more personal and more immediate. So I read the long-term plan with interest. I may be echoing some of the sentiments that you've just heard. The essence of the long-term plan is sort of buried away in about page 26 onwards, with the list of all the huge variety of projects that are obviously important, supportable, and very valid for the town. But it's the three major projects that you wanted to bring our attention to that I guess inspired me. The first thing is that you've got the order backwards, that housing for the seniors is important and should be kept up there, up front. As to the rather technical decision of whether you hand it over to developers or whether you own the new properties yourselves, I don't have any answer to that. They would have to be in the hands of accountants. Intuitively, I think that maybe the council should indeed own it if it is to have a social purpose. So that brought me to the town centre revamp, of which I have my opinions. And the least important is obviously the civic facility. I feel that between the old ANZ building and here in the outer house, you seem to be well catered for. And I'm not sure that there's any great urgency for the council itself to be housed in a new edifice. The town centre revamp intrigues me because I think the major problem of our town is State Highway 2. Pending the opportunity to move it well to the east or well to the west of the whole built-up township, maybe you should approach NZTA about taking State Highway 2 from the northern roundabout through Villa Street, Lincoln Road, and join it up with Namatawa Road and get those bloody logging trucks out of town. I realise that's probably A, out of your hands, and B, a reasonably long-term plan. This is, after all, a long-term strategy. As to the town itself, the clear centre of gravity for people who are using, who are visiting Masterton, is indeed that area from Lincoln Road down to the Countdown supermarket. And that's the area that cries out to me for pedestrianising. That would make it livable, relaxation, going to town as a sort of social entertainment. People are there anyway, the usage is high, and pretty much most people that I'm aware of, and my own experience in driving to one end of the town to the other, is we use Dixon Street. It is very rarely that I will actually bother to drive at a very slow speed through the centre of town. It would be much more attractive as a pedestrian area. I'm reminded, in fact, of the layout of Waipukurau, where State Highway 2 is, diverges at the railway line when you're going north and goes through a relatively industrial part of Waipukurau, and the old main street is a very much more relaxed and slow-moving part of town where you can shop with pleasure. I acknowledge it's not a pedestrian only access, but Waipukurau might serve as a role model for you. The idea of getting focused on the river is a good one. The Waipoa River is indeed an asset. The existing grassy areas, tracks, room to run a dog, all those things are fabulous, an asset that should be encouraged. And of course, it stretches from the railway line through across to the Henley Lake area. It's a marvellous asset. I would hesitate, though, at any development that sees it being built on, built out, or people striving to sort of build up access to it. It's relative openness, privacy, and the freedom of access to it is a great asset. And any development to the north end of town, which after all is not the strategic centre of town anymore, is likely to impinge unfairly on the Waipoa River area. So I would be a staunch defender of that area, its openness and its current usage. Please don't put any great edifices up at the north end of town. And that, in essence, are the key points that I would like to make. I'm a proponent of the seniors housing. I'm a supporter of a realistic town centre revamp. And as a genuine strategic plan, I would encourage moving State Highway 2 out of the centre of town.
Thank you, Richard. So we're open to any questions that councillors may have of Richard. There appears to be none. Thank you very much, Richard, for submitting to our long-term plan, and our deliberations will be held in a public meeting on the 2nd of June, and we will make decisions regarding the submission. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next one is on page 201. That's from David Howden. So welcome, David. So David, 7 minutes to speak, 3 for questions, and the bell will go at 6 minutes.
Hopefully it won't last that long. Thank you for the invitation to come. I must say I was in two minds about coming in front of you lot, but I figured if you don't speak up, you can't be heard. I realise it's very hard publishing a plan like this because there's a balance between what you think might be you want to do and what you need to have discussed. And I did find that there was a bit of lack of detail in what $34 million was going to be used for. And the focus on 35.4 million was a bit unfortunate, I guess, because it's broken down to a lot of areas. With the CBD redevelopment, I worry about the growth of Amazon and Mr. Google and what effect it will have on retail in our CBD. And also, if you're going to spend money on landscaping and making it look nice, what about the landlords? I know of 2 businesses that are leaving town to go into the industrial areas, hunting and fishing and festival hire, I believe have plans to do that. And particularly hunting and fishing, you're taking out a major retailer out of the central Masterton, and you know, the likes of Posty Plus and things like that are all becoming smaller, and we do have the warehouse, the bed place, but that's difficult. And so to spend a lot of money on making it look pretty has to be paid for by the retailers who are in that area. And I would wonder whether they will get a return. Personally, I don't think Masterton will ever have the cafe culture that we would like to have. I think that is destined for the likes of Kurupini Village, Lansdowne probably, and as housing moves out to Upper Plain, probably the Upper Plain area, there'll be cafes and sunny courtyard type environments that we just don't have in town. The only courtyards we've got now are buildings that have been demolished and being unused. It also amazes me that the rates that I pay on my 100 square metres, is 60% of my 3 hectares out of Masterton. And it seems to me that the rates are very high for small business people to pay and justify every year, particularly for what we get. We get nothing extra. In fact, we get, yeah, it just doesn't add up to me. And I do feel too that any major redevelopment, and this is my perception of what it might be because details aren't there, the disruption is often balanced by return. And I think we've seen that in Auckland with the railway thing there, that this just can't take it, it goes on too long. In terms of the entrances, I think this might be Mark 3 of the way the entrances look to Masterton. I think the PO were great in theory, but in practice kind of swamped by a large pole at one stage and a whole lot of scrub and rubbish get south end. So I wonder whether the gardens, I think, are one of the losses, as Stuart mentioned earlier. The flowering beds, I think, are a great idea, and also the hanging baskets disappeared, and I thought they added character to the town as well. In terms of water, there's plenty of water, it's just distribution is the problem. Seasonal that as well as pipes and so on. In my opinion, meters are absolutely essential if we're going to control our water, because it's the only way you'll know how much is actually being used and how much goes to waste. And there's no point in putting meters on them because you're going to charge for volume. And while it is politically difficult to do, the effects are dramatic. People use less when they've got to pay for it. So they don't waste it. They put timers on their hoses so that it doesn't go for 3 hours because they forgot about it, things like that. I live with 2,000 litres a day, and believe me, timers are very useful. Industries can't be restricted from water. Well, as I realise J&L is in Carterton, you can't expect a factory like J&L to shut up for 2 weeks because of water restriction. It's just too hard for them to stop and start and get going again with their supply chains and things like that. So to threaten them with closure because of shortage, it's just not on me. They've got to be able to function with guaranteed supplies. Pensioner housing, I think, is a great idea. I support it as long as it's run as a not-for-profit, so it should pay for itself and not cost the ratepayers anything net. Though I do worry about the tradition of Panama Village and those in terms of having the council as a landlord. I don't think they're a terribly good example. I go there as a business person a bit, and it changed me a bit. Conditions they have to live in. In terms of amenities, I think QE2 Park and Henley Lake are great. Henley Lake particularly is there because of the community efforts and a joint arrangement with the council, and I think that collaboration should be encouraged. 4th Street Walkway is great. I understand it was put in by a couple of people on a contractor very cheaply, and I think individual initiatives should be encouraged, or community initiatives with Rotary and other organisations like that, that have an idea. If you're looking for somebody to take something on, get on with it. Mountain biking is the latest craze we have, and suitable land around Masterton is lacking, unfortunately, but there's plenty of ground up on the dock estate. But the dock people don't want to have us. And I think the council could encourage that, particularly up in the Kirriwaka Club area. There was some attempt at Holsworth, but I don't know where that went. I think the local manager left and that was the end of it. That's about it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, David. Is there any questions that councillors have of David? Councillor Nelson.
Hi David, just with your concerns about the impact of online shopping through the likes of Amazon, you're a small business owner, what would you like to see happen? Just because you made that comment in regards to
it's like the hammer to the mountain, it's not gonna, there's nothing I can do to affect it, really.
Is there anything we can do?
I suspect not. I'm just worried that you spend money on encouraging retail when there's other factors that are going to go beyond what you can do. You know, the big, I mean, I'm surprised Amazon got $1 million from the New Zealand government coming because they don't employ locals, they don't pay any tax. I gather that in Europe last year they did €2.5 billion and didn't pay a penny in tax.
Thank you. Is there any other questions of David? There appears not. So David, we have public deliberations on the 2nd of June and we'll make decisions on the submissions that we've received. So thank you for coming along, Charlie. That's great. Thank you. So our submission before, one more submission before our lunch break, and welcome Brent to the table, page 160. So Brent, you know the drill. We've you can take the submission as read, and yes, they do too.
Piece of paper.
I just said I'd use some water, Ray.
Saving table.
Over to you, Brent.
Oh, thank you. So I've given you a bit of new reading, and there's a couple of questions on the back and statements, which I'll come back to. I'll just add a few points, and if I may, I won't speak for very long, because I hope the time I got into it prompts a few questions, and there'll be nothing worse than if none of you had any. I don't believe these endless rates increases are necessary, and they have to stop, especially in Masterton, when your own documents show that over 70% of our population is on fixed income. That is, under 15 or over 65. New Zealand, the average is 54%. It's quite a different population here. I've said in my submission how we'll be quite possibly in the top 3 provincial rural rates per resident in New Zealand, the way you guys go. I'd like you to tell me, why is it necessary for a new civic centre or a CBD upgrade? It ain't broke. We're functioning fine without it. Don't do it now. The airport, I'm a bit puzzled that in the 2018 LTP, ratepayers were paying 179k per year contribution to the airport, whereas I see in the 2028 year, it's predicted to be 1.1 million. It's a massive increase in cost to the ratepayers. I haven't seen any justification for it, and if it's such a big jump in your LTP documents, why wasn't it put in stepping up? I would have thought that's significant change. But the biggest one of all, of course, is the staff blowout. In the 2018 budget, it was 8 million a year for personnel costs. And I see in next year, 21-22, it's jumped to 12.2. And the document I've given you gives a breakdown where the CEO asked it 2 years ago, said she needed a few more staff. And it was a workshop, and of course we didn't make a decision, but she took a steer out of it and increased the staff by a few numbers, which are detailed there. Now I find, when I got a reply, what are the staff FTEs for next year? It's 131. So an extra 24 staff. Now I would have thought that's a significant change in this council. Again, there's no mention of it in stepping up. It's the biggest change there is. A cynic would say, and I do have a wee bit of cynicism in me, but a cynic would say
Just a wee
that somebody around here or some persons thought, sure, we want to double the staff numbers, but we're never going to get away with it if we tell them about it. So I know what, we'll put up some silly projects and a silly book for the little children and everything, and we can knock that over and just don't mention the staff. Because I can't see any difference between this council when I got on quite a few years ago, and it had 63 FTEs, and you're planning on 131. I accept a little improvement, a little increase in infrastructure and building regulation. there were problems in both of those, but nowhere else. Also, don't spend 750k on an athletics track. You're almost doubling the costs of operating it. Is it very often used? Not from what I've seen, but I'd like to see some comments on that before you vote on it. Could you explain why you say that public services provide more benefits to commercial than residential ratepayers, justifying the commercial differential? I certainly can't see it. I'd like you to just spell out what they are. So that's pretty well it from me, other than a couple of comments on the back of the sheet I handed out. It's interesting that the Public Service Commission report lists the average salary for a public servant at $84,500 per year. Masterton next year will average $94,000. And I find that alarming. And I'd also like to know if there was a resolution to have this staff increase. Did you actually sit down and argue the increases out and go through it department by department and justify it? Or did it just sort of slip in and nobody really noticed? So there you go, there's a few questions I'd like you to answer. Back to you.
Thank you, Brent. So as you're aware of the process, we won't be answering questions today. We do that through the deliberations process. But councillors are more than welcome to ask you any questions that they may want to ask you based on your submission. So I'll open it up to any councillors who may want to ask you any questions. Councillor Nelson.
I have a question for Brent for the presentation. I understand schools and councils are quite different entities, but there are some similarities. In terms of a school, you get a recommended full-time equivalent for the role and the money that's allocated to you. Are you aware of any similar calculation that the council would operate on in terms of the number of staff?
Yes, well, it's a, what do they call it, a sort of rankings chart of councils where they tell you how many people in each department for all councils around New Zealand. Most councils have probably never seen it, but it's there. And my guess would be that whoever's behind this, they haven't said, oh, we've got a shortfall here, we need more staff to carry out this function properly. What they've done is they've said, oh, that's what most councils have, we'll expand this department. And they've done it that way. That's my guess, but of course I'd like your feedback on this.
Okay, is there any other questions? Councillor Johnson.
You make mention about the possibility that council could incentivise building owners to crop out their buildings.
Yeah.
How would you see that looking?
I don't know, I'd look at how other councils have done it. On Rook, they're a very good place to start. They've done a superb job.
I just thought you might have some ideas.
Not really. We did discuss some years ago, I went with a walk with Lynn and some others, about actually branding the town with a plaster finish like Land's Trust Building, which is a common plaster used around this area, St Mary's Church and the Regent Theatre, etc. But, you know, that's just one idea. You need to look in and you don't need to reinvent the wheel there, it's been done elsewhere. Greytown's done very effectively with a simple addition to the district plan, specifying a look. It wouldn't have cost anything.
If we put out contracts or saying there's positions we're all expecting to get people wanting to apply for doing a job, and there was zero people asking, coming back to us, what would you do?
Well, I'll go back a step and say, do we really need it?
And so if the answer to that is yes, what would you do?
Well, if I couldn't recruit people, I wouldn't employ them, and that's just a fact of life.
So we go without the necessary infrastructure because we can't employ them. Is that your answer?
No, I'm sorry, I don't regard staff and many of the departments as essential infrastructure.
I didn't say staff. I said if you couldn't get a contract, I'm asking what you do on essential infrastructure. You haven't answered my question.
Okay, sorry,
And I think it's quite a direct question.
I think I get it now. Is the last report I saw is that a few years ago, a Wise Council increased the water renewals. And some said, oh, you know, you'll never get the contractors to do it. And the last, I think it was in the annual plan, I saw that they had achieved something like about 83% of the increased budget implemented. So despite some thinking that there wasn't the capacity to carry out the work, actually, most of it got done.
So you've changed my question. It's into a question that asked about whether you could do something in a suggestion that you couldn't versus a real situation where you have nobody to apply for the contract. So I'm not asking about, somebody suggested that there would be 0 people coming to apply. I've asked about a real situation where nobody is applied.
Okay, so I'm sorry to come back to a real situation, but just say you wanted to do up the main street, and you went out to tender and nobody applied, which I believe happened in a council around here. Well, then I wouldn't do it.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? There appears to be none. Thank you very much, Brent, for your submission. 2nd of June, public deliberations. You're more than welcome to be there to hear feedback and decisions from submissions made. And we have finished right on time for lunch at 12:30. So thank you, Brent. And we will now adjourn for a lunch break and be back at 1:30. Thank you very much, everyone. From Waste Food Rescue. And that's on page 247 for everybody. And just to note that Councillor Pearson has noted a conflict of interest. Are you on the? You're on the, you're on the committee. Okay. So.
It hasn't been to a meeting.
Sometimes.
So Elise, just for your information, you can speak for 7 minutes and then we allow 3 minutes for questions. But the bell will go at 6 minutes to let you know you have a minute to go. Okay, so take it as that all councillors have read your submission. So if you want to just speak to any key issues that you want to highlight through it. So over to you.
Thank you, and greetings, Chairman and all councillors. My name is Lee Sadler. I live in Whitney, Highway. I'm the coordinator for Highways. And so thank you for allowing us to come and talk about the submission, but also thank you for the assistance that you've given to Highways to get to where we are now. It's been a long journey and it's a wonderful journey and it's expanding and unfolding constantly, and we couldn't have done it without your support, so thank you for that. I'm assuming a lot of you know about Y Waste, but just very briefly, we've been going since 2015, and we up until April this year, we've rescued over 281 tonnes of food from the Masterton area, and that has increased by 256 tonnes since our last submission. Whatever that was, 3 years ago, I guess, wasn't it? Yeah. And so that food has predominantly come from local supermarkets, cafes, bakeries, and local producers, people like Breadcraft, Energy, things like that. So up until COVID appeared, we were simply a mobile service. We used volunteers' cars and volunteers. We ran out, collected the food in the morning, and directly took it to the food bank and to the community kitchen. That's what we did. Worked well, and then COVID came. So with COVID, we needed to get a van quickly, and luckily the supermarkets came on board, and we've got a wonderful little electric van. But the government for the first time recognised that food rescue groups could help and are helping towards food resilience throughout the country. So in that recognition, they also recognised at the same time as us helping towards food resilience, we're also working environmentally, saving the greenhouse gases, etc., from the landfills. So consequently, they started to fund and look at our whole network throughout New Zealand. So through that funding, the NSC funding, the whole New Zealand food network was set up. So there's now a warehouse in Auckland and one in Christchurch, and they leverage more food out of the big corporations, food that's surplus, food that's getting near the use by date, by the best before date, and then that is transported around the country. They wanted a hub in every region. So Y-Waste is now the hub for that in this region. So suddenly, instead of just volunteers' cars, we've now got a warehouse. Thank you for opening that, Lynn. And things are just rolling on in a very expansive way at the moment. So they actually transport the food into us. We receive it in pallet loads now, so we're talking about forklifts and walkie stackers and pallet racking. We've had to build a large walk-in chiller, walk-in freezer, and then we are sending the food out. So we're gathering it all, it's all coming into us. Luckily, we didn't have to get the forklift because the still shop and loaders are very good at sending their guys on the forklift. And so that's where we're at now. Our systems have had to be revised and expanded. We've now got 2 employees working part-time and 25 volunteers, which is going to have to expand a lot. Our volunteer base is going to have to grow a lot in the next year. The expansion has been made easier also by MSD because they also funded the formation of the Aotearoa Food Rescue Alliance. So we're a member of that, and that alliance is helping us all to share best practice and resources. So like now going for MST accreditation level 4, we have to, but that whole alliance is helping us to pull all that together. So the hub we've got and the whole network is something new. So we're not just looking at the COVID response here, but we're looking at what could happen in communities into the future. So that includes the things that can and probably will happen from climate change. It's to build a resource for the community that is there to store, receive and store food for the community. So we work in partnership with food producers, retailers in the industry, and of course the organisations that feed people. So like the 3 legs of a stool, the food bank, the community kitchen and Y-Waste, we work together, and that's becoming even stronger now. We each have our own focus, we each do our own thing, but we're working together collaboratively. So just to give you an example, like just from January, for 4 months this year, January, February, March, April, we've given over 16 tonnes of food to the Masterton Food Bank. In the same 4 months, 1.5 tonnes of fresh produce to the community kitchen. For us, that's great. You know, there's not a leaf of nothing is wasted that we collect. For the first time yesterday, I had to send a box of apples to some horses. And that's the first time we've ever had to have any waste at all. So so that is going to continue with the food bank and the community kitchen, that threesome, the 3 legs, continue to work together. But now, of course, we've got also increased supplies from the New Zealand Food Network. So we're now providing for another 17 organisations throughout the Wairarapa. These organisations predominantly get their food from the food banks and through food parcels, but we're finding a lot of them want food for something else. So for example, you know, to hand out to a client after a counselling session when they suddenly find they've got no food when they're walking out the door, or for groups that they may run. So for example, the Age Concern just came and got a whole lot of fruit packed for us because they're going to give it to the morning teas or of the Age Concern morning teas all through the Wairarapa in the next couple of weeks. Women's Refuge, they run children's programs. We're giving them food for the children in those programs. The youth unemployment programs who've got hungry teenagers the whole time. Pacifica, family support team at Rangitani, they're all taking the food on a weekly basis to support their families, but also we find when there's the tangi, that, you know, the bacon that we've got from Premier and the chiller is extremely useful for them. So we expect our food supplies to actually be increasing more and more this year, and our ability to store food, of course, is growing a lot. So So we're actually storing food at the moment for the food bank. So the MSD funding has been provided for the establishment of that hub, the actual physical structure of it, the creation of that hub, that warehouse. And it is, hopefully, I believe it is going to be a real asset for our community. And but we're going to require local funding for the continuation of that. The MSD funding is paying for the rent at the moment and the creation of the freezers and chillers and the pallet racking going up, and there's so many expenses in creating the actual what do you call it, premises. And they are also paying for the extra people that we bring on board, so a new employee that's just come in, but of course that is not covering the existing wages and operating expenses that are there already. So we really hope that the Masterton District Council will recognise our partnership role that we have in enhancing community wellbeing through what we do, which is through food resilience and also environmentally, and that you will recognise us in your long-term plan.
Thank you very much.
I didn't get a bell. Oh,
there you go. You have another minute if you wanted anything else to say. Otherwise, I'd like to
No,
put up
I'm
the
sure
question.
that can come out in questions.
That's fine, thank you. I'll go to David, Betts, and then Tina.
I just, what percentage would be vegetables and fruit compared with the hard, like the meat and
bread.
other things?
The bread.
So bread's obviously a big one, but what percentage would be vegetables and fruit? Because that goes off quite quickly, doesn't it?
It does go off quite quickly, and actually it can be the hardest thing for us to move along is the fruit and veggies, because the fruit and veggies, a lot of the food banks now are taking directly in from the orchards and growers. So like I've got a whole lot of pears in there at the moment and carrots, and hardly anyone's asking for them. So so we would like to be giving more healthier food and less of the white bread, but it's like what we can get in, but it's also what people will take from us. So we have to balance these two things together.
Thank you.
And this year we hope to actually be measuring exactly how much of each different food type that we're getting. It's on the
Hi Elise, it's interesting that you should say that because I know the food banks changed what they pack. I'm interested to hear that you're now supplying to another 17 organisations. As we know, food bank give out parcels to people that have been referred, so they're effectively qualified first. What's your system and process? Because it sounded a little bit like you're giving food to anybody, and I don't mean it to sound like that, but I just wondered what your process is and how you evaluate your clients.
Sure. Well, if they come to us wanting to take food, first of all, we've got a very long questionnaire as to exactly what they want that food for, and finding out more about their organisation and the way that they will store it, the way they will distribute it. So if we feel that it is something over and above what the food banks are doing, and the criteria of that they are taking care of people who are in crisis or in need in some way, then we will then agree or disagree to take that group on board.
So, do you find that you're in a position that you are disagreeing?
We haven't actually been approached by that many more groups at the moment, so we haven't actually had to disagree with anyone. Some of them are really small groups, like the Hella Project. Women, they're looking after families, women who are suffering from postnatal depression, that kind of thing. She'll just come in and get so much for each family that she's looking after. So some of them are quite small like that, and others are larger, like some of the iwi when they come in to take the tummy. So, so we do have a process.
Okay.
Okay, Tina, and then Sandy, and then Fraser, did you get all that one?
We've had one other group here today and talking about this sort of stuff. I'm really curious as to what is being done to develop a food strategy, I suppose, across the whole of the region, because I'm going to sound like a hard ass here, but I want to know how the community is trying to reduce the dependency on free food. And is that actually an issue? And are all of the groups working together to develop that food strategy in response to the community?
The answer is not really at the moment, and it's a really big concern for us at White Waste. We've gone and approached different councils. I think about a food strategy for the whole region. We don't believe we're the ones to run that. It needs to be coordinated, maybe by councils or something. There needs to be some kind of look at an ongoing food strategy, a food resilience strategy for the whole region. Definitely would be right with you if you want to work on that. We need it.
Mine's a little bit of that on to Tina. So this is a social deprivation issue, and I know you've got the COVID response grant and MSD, which is a one-off. Well aware of that one. Yeah. But what conversations are you individually as White Waste and the three collaborative organisations having with MSD to actually get them to support you to address the issue? Why do you think the issue is a council one?
For the food
for your ongoing expenses.
Oh, we hope to have them in the future, but we've got no guarantee of it.
But are you actively doing something about it? Are you actively engaged with the MSDs?
Yes. We have a relationship manager. We bring it up with them at every time. What are we going to do after this funding has run out? They say things like, well, we hope that your local community is going to step up, your local council is going to step up. But the ball is being tossed around at the moment. And all we can do is keep on doing the work that we're doing and keep having those conversations. Yeah. And we love what the food bank are doing, by the way. Just tremendous.
Is it a council? My question is,
yes.
It's a social deprivation issue which we are administering.
Right.
Well, last question.
So, and I think you're also providing some degree of service for corporates who have to get rid of waste and the cost of doing that.
Yeah.
So has there been any thought of actually levying some of the people who are supplying you with effectively waste that they would normally have to pay to get rid of to help fund what you're doing?
Yeah. So Countdown does. Countdown actually are the biggest supporters of food rescue in the country. So we get a lot from Countdown. A lot of support. They and also they do give us money each year. You know, they pay for their van. So it is coming from them, but that's also where we've got AFRA, this new alliance. So because we figure that as a whole network over the country, we'll have a lot more oomph to leverage, you know, that whole product stewardship that we can look at.
Thank you, Elise. Thank you for coming in, and we deliberate on the 2nd of June, and decision will be made from there. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay, now we're on to page 204, and it's Wendy. So Wendy, if you'd like to come forward, and 7 minutes, and then to allow 3 minutes for questions after that. And the councillors have read your submission, so if you just want to highlight any key points out of it, and you have the bell will ring at 6 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, mate. I'm going to have to read from this. I'm quite nervous.
Oh no, please just go like this. We're not here.
I've never done this kind of thing before. So
no, well,
please
welcome.
stay with me, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, so my submission, there were a few things on it, but my main one was social housing. That's my biggest concern. And I feel that social housing for all age groups should be on the agenda, but mostly I'm extremely concerned about our youth and young families. I feel they should be a main priority in any future decisions. If you can allow me to break it down, so according to official resources, in April 2021, the median first home price in the Wairarapa is $600,000. And using an internationally recognised measure of housing affordability, the ratio between median house prices and median annual income is a multiple of 3 times or less is a good marker for affordable housing. Well, with the Wairarapa, with our median house price of $600,000, our median income is $73,854. This makes our median multiple 8.12. This means that the cost of the house is 8.12 times the annual income of that household.
So using these first home prices, a household needs to save for 243 weeks, which is approximately 4.5 years, for a standard deposit. And the mortgage on that first home will cost around $480.50 a week. So imagine what house prices will be doing in 4.5 years on the current trajectory. The goalposts will be continually shifting and out of reach. This also assumes that households are able to save anything from their incomes after renting, if they can indeed secure a rental, with the median rent in Masterton at $420 per week. According to the IRD Economic Survey of 2019, so this is already over a year out of date, the average weekly expenditure for New Zealand households was $926.40, not including mortgage or rent, and this is for a couple with one dependent child. So adding $480.50 per week mortgage makes a grand total of $1,406.90 per week. It's also worth noting that the IRD Economic Survey doesn't include loan repayments, student loans, school textbooks, school outings, birthdays, holidays, taking children to the movies, or household furniture or Manchester, etc. in their categories. It also doesn't take into account the fluctuating cost of food and petrol we are currently seeing, and most importantly, their figures were pre-pandemic. It's all well saying we have low interest rates, however they fluctuate, and if you are saddled with a high mortgage, it only takes a small percentage fluctuation for people to be left homeless through no fault of their own, and that has happened to me in the past. So with this in mind, if the median income was $73,854, this would be $1,420.26 per week. Take out the weekly expenditure and mortgage rent, this leaves $13.36. Bring in a pandemic. So you can see how residents are getting stressed by even the slightest increase in any expenditures. There is no cushioning in most households. There are no reserves for emergencies. They are just surviving. And we've even now got a new kind of phrase called food insecurity, which you've just been discussing. Whenever you, the council, start to consider increases in anything like rates, dogs licences, refuse charges, imagine the impact on the average family, how that increases the stresses on them to make choices on what to prioritise out of this. Many haven't even got that spare per week. Post-pandemic, many families have been impacted by financial instability, job losses, decreasing income or job opportunities, increasing competition for employment, mental health issues and so on. People's resources are being stretched, which means they're having to be making a choice between clothing and feeding their children, or heating their homes, or filling their car with petrol, or paying their bills. And this isn't what life should be like. We should be living in a community that thrives, not one that wakes up to the fear of where the next meal is coming from, and if we're not very careful, this is going to be many people's reality. Let's now look at our youth and youth homelessness. This is a growing problem in New Zealand with children as young as 10. A homeless young person is not old enough for a motel to sign a tenancy agreement or likely be chosen for a flatmate because of their age. Their employment options are even smaller and may only be able to gain seasonal or temporary work. I've known of youth sleeping in their cars, jumping around house sitting or couch surfing, and not all young people have ideal family environments. Our younger generation are faced with the prospects of being homeless or having to stay with parents in overcrowded houses or rely on their retired parents for support or having to live in commune houses. This is not what we promised them. We promised them that if they worked hard and got their exam results, there's a future for them. And now they're loaded with student debt, very few employment prospects, and housing costs so high, there will be no chance of them ever enjoying the benefits of owning their own home. We promised them there was a future for them, and now that looks very bleak. And then we are faced with mental unwellness, and then we are faced with suicides. If we aren't very careful, our young people and young families will move elsewhere. If they cannot find jobs or afford the increasing cost of living here, they will move away, and what will become of Masterton? It will become a large retirement village. You've only got to see the adverts on the TV in which demographic the wealth is currently regarded as sitting. Every advert is aimed towards the retirement population. We are in danger of everything being aimed towards our ageing population and less resources being aimed towards our youth. I'm not anti-retirement. I hope to retire and live that blessed life. However, what happens when the aging population starts to diminish? What kind of community are we going to be left with if we haven't taken care of our younger generation too? We need to support our young people to stay in Masterton. And that means building affordable housing. That means coming up with innovative, creative projects to make them part of this community. And if that means building communal villages with miniature tiny houses, then so be it. But let's think and plan for if we don't and we ignore the problem, this black hole will be moving up gradually year by year. Certain demographics have demographic thinking, and if you don't have a diverse range of demographics, then viewpoints vary little. You need innovation and creativity, and there is no blueprint for the situation we find ourselves in. And there are therefore old ways of thinking will not get us out of this mess. I'm conscious the bell's gone. I've only got a slight more to go, if that's okay. So what can we do about it? There is indeed plenty of home building currently going on in Masterton, but still these are not affordable to most people who aren't already on the housing ladder. We need to revisit social housing. It's easy to pass this off onto government, but this is our community and we need to step up and support it ourselves while we still can. An example is the tiny homes innovation. An example currently happening in the Tasman district. The District Council have signed an agreement with a landowner to build 20 small homes to be sold at affordable prices, and by that I mean a 45 square metre home with 2 mezzanines for $180,000 or a 34 square metre single storey, $160,000. And they are looking at the possibility of a 20 home development on lease land by bringing on board a willing landowner, a housing provider and council members. Other communities are looking at co-housing incentives, which are based around communities coming together and sharing resources to bring down costs. There are prefabricated homes, there is rent to buy. These are just off the top of my head, and I'm sure if we brought our younger families into this, they would have great ideas to explore too. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Wendy. I don't know what you were nervous about, so I think that was good. We just sort of run it with you because we've gone a bit over time. Is there any questions that councillors would like to ask Wendy?
Yeah, just in terms of the co-housing incentives, what regions are looking at doing that?
Well, I've heard of a co-housing incentive going on in Masterton itself at the moment, but I don't have any details with me, so I wouldn't want to give you a wrong steer there. But it's actually quite a global thing at the moment too. I didn't research too much, but there is definitely stuff going on in New Zealand at the moment. The one example that I brought with me was the Tasman, who are doing the tiny homes incentives, and they're hugely popular at the moment.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Is there any other? If not, okay, thank you very much, Wendy. So we deliberate in public on June the 2nd. So you're more than welcome to attend that, and we will discuss the submissions that we've received. So thank you for coming along.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So next is on page 2722, we have the Wairarapa Community Centre Trust. Welcome, Bev. Oh, and Puck, sorry, I didn't see you come up, Puck.
And I don't think she's got any broken bones or anything this
No,
time. I
no,
think the
she
last
hasn't
2
this
years in a
time.
row.
So welcome. So 7 minutes to discuss. Bell will go at 6 minutes and 3 minutes for questions. We have read your submission, so you don't need to go through it all, but maybe highlight some areas that you want to speak to. So over to you.
Thank you. Hi, thanks everybody, and it was a bit of a weighty submission, and you know that was why we invited you, just so some people who haven't seen the community centre before, just to give you a little bit of an idea of what was there. And so all I'll go over is just probably our current situation and issues. And the reason we've gone to this detail is at the end of the day, we're just not sure how to keep going, and we wanted to gauge what the council thought of the community centre and if it wants to be on board supporting us, and aim for a long-term plan kind of funding so that we've got some certainty, because at the moment we're anticipating a $15,000 deficit this year. So as you know, we own an ageing building, and the maintenance costs are increasing. We've experienced a significant increase to traffic flow and use of our facilities, which is a really good thing. In 2019, 95 groups utilised our space and over 17,000 people visited the centre. As you all know, the economic environment is tightening and sources of funding are decreasing while the need for social services is in our community is growing. So it's whether you see us and our organisation as a good port of call for community services. The manager has significantly reduced our service costs and completes annual reviews to ensure that we do have the best of everything for the most cost-effective price. Our reserve funds diminishing and reduced funding means we can't replenish it. This fund that we have put aside is for capital and business continuity. We aim at 3 months, always having 3 months to be prudent. That's on employment and operational costs. Since 2011, a centre manager has been employed full-time, 40 hours a week, to manage our facility and day-to-day operations. In 2018, this was decreased to 28 hours with an additional 12 hours of project management. And so that's part of Bev's salary. Your wages have been funded by running projects. The projects were initiated in response to community needs, and it gave the community centre an opportunity to utilise our resources to the full potential, i.e. our commercial kitchen. Projects have successfully met community needs, it's generated income and it's subsidised Bev's salary, but also with a marked increase in her workload. So as you can imagine, she does way more than 40 hours. And so the only other thing I'll talk to is on the last page, not on the last page, is just to go over, given that we feel like we've exhausted all our other avenues, we're therefore seeking funding from you through the long-term plan for facility and community coordination. We're applying for 50,000 per annum. And we've got a couple of proposals for further discussion. So you've read those proposals, yeah. So I guess I just want you guys to think about where you see the community centre fitting in the NDC, and if you think we add value to, council and community.
And I think since our submission to you, one of the things we have done too is we took on board when you came to visit us about our rent reviews, because we were due for rent reviews, and we've now produced a format because we now have commercial or private businesses within the community centre. They still fit within the services that we want to offer the community, and we now have 3 categories. One is for private but local services. So those are the 3 counselling services we have in the building. We have NGOs national and NGOs local. So we have those reviews are due to be, they're out with the tenants now, and they are due to commence on the 1st of July, which was our...
so that'll bring everybody in line. Yeah. And, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So over to councillors if they have any questions. Councillor Nixon.
It's I suppose the elephant in the room. Why are you selling the building?
Well, I think that was one of our proposals. Yeah. I think that was proposal 2, that yeah.
It is something that the board have considered. They want to look at every avenue first, because if we sell the building, we're still going to have to pay rent for another building, and the finances don't add up for the cost of that.
Maybe in a position where you could get a raise, the rent paid for, right?
Yeah, well, that's why we've come to you in the first instance, because we feel we're most affiliated with council, and in some of the work Bev's done over the previous years, we've gone and checked what all the other community centres are doing in the lower North Island. So we've got all of that information if you want further if you want further detail.
And the second question, it relates to the food stuff we've had, but I think the corporate, around a food resilience strategy for the region to try and reduce dependency and increase efficiency across the delivery of all agencies. And I asked that question because when we went and saw your people doing meals, it seemed to be a really efficient operation, and not a full commercial kitchen. So maybe, so I want to know, yes, I want to know whether you are interested in working with other organisations to develop a food resilience strategy for the region.
We are part of that. I have been attending meetings for that.
So there is a food resilience strategy being worked on?
Yes, through the PhD here in Wellington.
PhD or PHO?
PHO, I'm sorry.
I think it might be regional.
Yeah,
through the regional.
that's right, because you went and spoke, did you not?
Yeah.
No, yes, yeah.
Okay, one last question for Ryan. I'll hand over to you.
Kia ora korua. Just a belated thank you from me about housing us as when we didn't have buildings to go to. We often had meetings with you. Do you think your story's been told well enough?
You can always improve on it.
And it just sometimes when you head out to other community groups that were Masterton and they had community in their name, it seemed like there was a bit of confusion about
Community centre.
Yeah.
Well, Bev's published a book about the history of the community centre. I don't know if any of you've seen that. We celebrated that. Yeah. We're constantly trying to get our name out there. Bev does a lot with the media to getting us into the local midweek. A lot.
And presentations, I mean, I just did a presentation this morning in the community, so I'm always doing with community groups so that people are aware of what the community centre offers.
It's a day by day, step by step thing. I think we're much more well known now, but I still don't think. I still think people stumble across us.
Yeah, so sorry, that point that I would have to think when you have connected communities, it's kind of people are thinking is Masterton community.
Centre, the connecting
That's
community.
correct. That was correct, yes.
Well, originally we were the house that had all of those things.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We're deliberating, public deliberations are on the 2nd of June. Thank you. So, and we'll consider all the submissions then. Thank you, Bev. Okay, so next we're on page 183 and we welcome Rangatane Tuma Trust, Joe. Kia ora, Joe.
Kia ora.
So just 7 minutes, we allow for presentations, 3 minutes for questions, and the bell will go at 6 minutes. But that's all right, we can, so you can take it that councillors have read the submission. So you may want to highlight any, anything in particular through your submission.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Lynn, and as I said, kia ora koutou. Thank you very much for accepting our submission from Rangatane Tuma PSG. It is a privilege to be able to present this to you. You are our second presentation that we have done. Our first one was with Horizons, actually our third, and the second one was with Greater Wellington. So all of our submissions begin with our information around stating our mana whenua status in this group. And I think it's really timely to remind councils of our status here in the Wairarapa and to keep driving home the desire for us to try to work with you and for you to work with us around major planning projects that councils have around water, climate change, etc. Obviously alongside our remuneration as well. And so that's why we start all our submissions off like that. We talk a little bit about the partnering with mana whenua as the treaty partner because it's really, really important. And you will find the theme of my presentation here is around partnership, participation and protection, the 3 Ps of the Treaty of Waitangi. And also the fact that we, on page 5 of my submission, there is a heading called decision making at the table, not on the menu. And that's what we mean when we start to drive home the fact that we want to be at the table alongside our runanga, participating in everything that we can to make our rohe a good place for our people, a better place for our people alongside you all. I do touch on the funding side of it. Many people think that PSG is because we've got all this money that we're loaded. We are not loaded. We have invested all of our funds for the benefit of the future of our iwi. And we are like any other Māori organisation. We are out there, we do ask councils for support and organisations for financial support, as do our runanga, if we are to participate at an equal level with you. So those are just a couple of major things I wanted to highlight. Our protection principles speak for themselves. They are of our significant sites throughout the rohe of Wairarapa, of Masterton. And they are key. And as we find out, as we go along, as we unearth certain things, as we start getting into climate change, as we start getting into environmental planning, we will find that more and more significant sites may be unearthed. Stuff that aren't on the archaeological sites, stuff that, you know, archaeological findings that we didn't know existed but are found once people start digging around and development starts. So I just want to add those in around significant sites, because they're not just about what I've written, they're not just about on ArcSite, which is an archaeological site in New Zealand, but they're also the things that our kaumata and our kuia have been brought up with and have shared with their mokopuna and have shared amongst their hapu, their whānau, around areas that aren't written, areas that are sacred to us that only we will know and that we will let you know as time goes by. Some of the challenges that we brought up in my presentation here today is around climate change and water resilience, water being the most I suppose, topical one at this point in time as this region goes through its water resilience project. It's 3 waters, absolutely everything that could ever be done around fresh water. And that is important that as a PSG, and we noted in your documents that PSG doesn't even feature in it. So now the times have changed, we would like to feature in your documents alongside our runanga, because you know, we have a place here. And we bring a different set of skills. We bring a very different set of skills to what our runanga does, and we are here to complement the skills that they have, because they are close to our whānau, and we take more of that corporate type of legislative approach as a PSG. So around water and everything to do with water, we want to be there. Around climate change, we want to also be part and parcel of your climate change strategy, of whatever and wherever we land on that together. It's important not just for our hapu, our whānau and our iwi, but it's important for everybody that we all share this rohe with, this land with. The second part of the challenges is around COVID-19 and economic recovery. And whilst it's great to see that economic recovery is happening fairly fast and people are saying, you know, the businesses are bouncing back, well, you know, we are still to feel it as a whānau, as a hapu, as a iwi. We're yet to feel it in employment, in housing, and I'm sure you've heard all of those things before at this table, at your table in various forums and various meetings that you have attended. And so we are, as an investor in this area, we are looking at being able to participate and to support where we can. We ask the council to be favoured, to show some favoured view on what we are going to present to you in the future, to your staff, and to the future about developments and future developments for our whānau. Because, you know, Mason Jury once said, you know, if you, and this is just, it's not actually exactly his words, it's my interpretation of his words. He said, you fix the Māori nation, you fix the whole of Aotearoa New Zealand. And that's kind of at the premise that we are actually coming from. So around economic recovery, that's going to happen, it's happening, but you know, we want to participate, we want to see all of that stuff slowly unfold within this region. COVID-19 as a pandemic, and that's just one pandemic. We've had pandemics in the past where our whānau have nearly been wiped out. One place I come from in the Manawatu is an area where the whole of the tribe of Revamp or Hapu or Revamp was wiped out. And that's in the northern Manawatu. So these are kind of things that come back. We did a lot of work around there through Wairarapa Tēnei. They did an excellent role. And now that the PSG is kicking into gear, we want to make sure we keep driving those, being at the table of all of the future pandemics that may come our way or may not, or any economic downturns. Other challenges, I'll leave the Māori wards apart that, since I'm going to be presenting to that in another forum in a couple of days' time. And again, voices for iwi, PSGEs. I can't drive home strong enough the voice of iwi and Māori at your table. I mean, I look around your table, I look at many tables like this, I have looked at many tables like this, and I do see, the numbers of Māori are slight. And so I do, the more you can have at your table, the more open the conversation can be, and the more variety we can actually, and the ideas that actually we can share with you. The big decisions that you have in your plan around the civic facility, and no more questions around the facility itself. You have one down in Masterton. Our board sat and thought, well, if there's one in Masterton, what will this do? It's great, you're going to share the library and archives there, that's great. But other areas and access to that particular facility as well, not to be so limiting that your everyday community group can't get access to it, because a civic theatre or a civic facility like that, it only lives if there's people using it in it. And so that's what we were more concerned about. The Masterton CBD revamp, I think that's a really great idea. I think I have voiced my concerns to your CEO around the amount of traffic in your CBD, and we have said in here about limiting the amount of traffic, slowing traffic down. I just live on King Street down here, and the amount of traffic that whizzes through here at night would absolutely astound you. The amount of trucks that break along that Chapel Street in the middle of the night will astound you. And it kept, sometimes I'm asleep and I'm woken by, brakes going in the middle of the night. And I go, I don't think you're supposed to be doing that. But, slowing people down and making sure, keeping people safe in those areas. So I think the CBD revamp will be great. The entrance, the exits, everything will be great. And I would like to see that. There will be lots of discussion with iwi around how that will look into the future. Housing for seniors, hats off to you, 25 new houses. I think what you've got, $300,000 for the houses per house. I would like to see that actually shared across other community groups, so that they can share in the great fortune that you've been able to hook these houses. No doubt they will be good houses, because I can't see a council investing in dud houses. So, I'd like to see that money and that access to that housing development actually shared across all community groups, including iwi. Finally, around the Wairarapa Combined District Plan, thank you. I attended my first one yesterday. Going to really enjoy it. I think it's going to be a great committee over the next 3 years, and your chair and the members on it, I felt very welcome to be able to participate, and very privileged to participate for our PSGE. And finally, Three Waters, the big kahuna that's looming on your horizon. I think that we can be able to give to you as much as what you're able to give to us around those particular kaupapa, and especially the fact that we're also working at regional council level as well, and with my little dibs in the political side as well, we will make some headway together. So that's the end of my presentation. It was pretty quick and short and sharp and to the point, but it is what it is. So I'm open for questions.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Is there any questions? Ryan.
So on page 194 and what we've got, and I think page 5 in yours, there's some protection principles that I think are really valuable. But I think actually behind the protection links are some of the pūrākau or stories that we need to tell. You got any ideas about how we're doing that, or just should we be sitting down
talking a little more about?
Yes, those protection principles were obviously uplifted out of another document. Some of those stories, Puraka, that you're talking about have already been, some of them, not all of them, have already been documented in other documents. And I think that, it would be great to actually share them across the region, because the only way people get to know us is if we share our stories. So, I'm with you. I couldn't put some of these stories in here. I wanted to keep my paper pretty short and concise. But, I agree with you. I think that they should be, but I don't think the stories end there. I think there will be more and more stories that will come out as time goes by. And as the working relationship actually develops and grows with us.
Okay, is there any other questions? Councillors, Tino.
Kia ora, tēnei koutou koutou Tipu. Thank you very much for doing the presentation. We talk about the runanga and Timaira collaborating together, but it's also with in mind with our other iwi whanaunga as well.
Yes.
How do you see that relationship going forward with the council as well?
Yeah, well, so I've been working on that with Kahanunu, with the PSG there, obviously. I don't interfere with their runangers, because I think the runangers should do the runanga thing and we do the PSG thing. I have built up a relationship with Robin and with Auntie Marama around working closer together, to the point that, and I've even talked through Ra about this, around doing joint planning together, especially around Māori environmental planning, climate change, all of those things that can all fit together into one big plan. So I have, and those discussions are carrying on. They're very willing at the PSG level to have those, because, we can't sit there and go, well, that's my part of the water and that's your part of the water. That's just ridiculous. We all care for the environment, and I think that together, as two iwi going forward, we become more of a powerful voice together. And I have talked to my board about this. This is not just environmental, it's about education, it's about housing, it's about the whole thing. And whilst one PSG will get more, will obviously get more than the other, it's not about that. It's how do we pull together to work as a one voice, really. So I'm all for that, and our board is all for that as well. So, kia ora.
Is there any other question? If not, thank you very much, Jo. Thank you. And we deliberate on June the 2nd, but thank you very much.
Is that deliberation open to the public?
Yes, it most certainly is. There you go. Put it in your diary. Okay, thank you. So the next item is on page 228, and welcome Toby.
Hello everyone, thank you. Oh, that's all set. Of course I've got a presentation. I'll stand up, you're all looking like you've had a hard day, so I'll try and keep this a little more interesting. So a couple of little things to start with. Is that working here? There we go. Yep. Oh, there's a click. Fantastic. No. Yeah. There we go. I'm not sure. Yeah. So just some minor points on the LTP. Overall, thought it was a really good document. I actually read it. That takes a long time, but really good. It was really good to see how there was performance and success criteria and measurement in some parts of it. It would be great if that was through the whole document, because that's kind of how you measure the success of these things. And then given that, does it make sense to actually review previous long-term plans and see how successful they were? I couldn't find anything on the outcomes of measuring what the last one did and what it delivered and whether it was successful or not. So just a couple of minor points. The submission process was awful. I'm sure you probably know that. I'm a software engineer by trade and I struggled with it. I lost my submission. I thought I'd submitted it and it was only by pure luck that I logged back in to see what I'd written and saw that it was still in draft form, and if I hadn't have actually completed that process, I wouldn't be standing here today. So that's disappointing. Be interesting to know how many people attempted to create an account but couldn't complete the process. and how many people wrote submissions that are still sitting in draft form that thought they'd submitted and they haven't. Yeah, so that's not good. What I'm really here about, Civic Centre. So yeah, I'm not totally sold on the idea of the scratch build that's been proposed. $30 million is an awful lot to spend, and I think there's other ways, as I've told you before, how we can achieve that. It'd be interesting to hear why some of the alternative proposals have been discounted, especially around the War Memorial Hall, and where the visibility of the decision-making processes went into that, which aren't available at the moment. But if we're going to build it, what do we need to do to get it right? So that's kind of the flip side. If you are going to go ahead and build something from scratch, what do we need to do? So if you take a look at this, this is all, probably not all, but most of the components that go into a venue, right? There's lots of stuff to consider. And then if you break it down, a lot of them can be changed. And the things in red are things that you probably wouldn't expect to still be there in 50 years' time. You probably change the paint, you probably change the carpet. There's a lot of stuff there that can all be changed. But there's two that can't. And that is the location and the size and capacity. Once you put the walls up, it's impossible. If you were to go down to Carlton Event Centre and say, hey, we want to add another 200 capacity to that building, no, it's not going to happen. So those are the two things that we really need to focus on getting right now, because everything else can be changed. Carlton Event Centre regrets. I was involved in the early stages of the Carlton Event Centre project, and if you ask people what their #1 regret with that building is, we should have made it bigger. I'm not sure if you're aware, but the number of events that don't go ahead there because it's not big enough are considerable. Just a little bit of look at, I'm sure you're well aware of what the projected population growth is. I'm not sure if this is the official growth, but I did some maths, looked at the numbers, and by my guesstimates, by the time the 50 years is up for the Civic Centre project, we're going to be looking at 56,000 people living in this region. So you have to question whether a 500 capacity venue is going to be big enough. Now this is a breakdown of the capacity of venues we've got around the region. The purple ones exist now and the grey ones don't exist. We've got some big venues and we've got some small venues. The Golden Chairs Pavilion, obviously that's something that's proposed, and then Masterton Civic Centre would fit slightly bigger than the Carlton Event Centre. Now if you look at the quality of those venues, you can really start to see where the quality sits, and it's in the small venue size. So the green ones are good, red ones are terrible. Green Carlton Event Centre, obviously a really high quality venue, but it's small. Masterton Civic Centre, one would expect that it's going to be a high quality venue, but on the scale of things, it's a small venue. We start getting into the larger venues, Wairoka College, Rathkeel. I'm not sure if you're aware, the remodelling at Rathkeel is a total disaster. The venue is, they took a terrible venue and made it even worse. You can no longer even get to the lighting bars anymore after the remodelling they've done without hiring a rigger, and it's a disaster. So it's so frustrating. Then you've got things like Matt's, Harlequin, Copthorne. So I've made that a quality venue from the point of view you can just walk into that place and run an event. Venues like the War Memorial Stadium, you need a lot of infrastructure and cost to go in there before you can even get people through the door. And the Golden Chairs Pavilion, yes, it's going to be brand new, but let's not kid ourselves, it's a tin shed. And it's not going to be any more than that. The things you can put on there are going to be limited. So we have small venues that are very well equipped, but are not big enough. And we have large venues that are poorly equipped and poorly designed, meaning large indoor events don't go ahead because the cost of bringing them up to standard for each event. So what does that mean? And it creates this false perception around demand. Our small venues are and will be great. Our large venues are and will be poor to average at best. So large events don't come here because it's too expensive to use our large venues. Medium-sized events don't come here because our good venues are too small. And it creates a false perception that there is only demand for small venues. The demand is for venue quality, not for small size. So my questions are, will a 500 pax venue really be big enough in 50 years? And why on earth are we therefore proposing to build another small venue? We can't change the capacity once it's built. We've got one chance to get this right. 500 will not be big enough, I can tell you now. Let's build the biggest venue we can and fit it out fully over a longer period of time. Going back to those things at the start, you can change all that stuff. We can do it basic to start with, add to it over time, and let's not mess this up.
Thank you, Toby.
No worries.
That's great. Happy to take some questions, Toby. So, Councillor Gear.
Toby, your numbers aren't too far off in terms of population growth. If you were going to build a facility that was top quality, that was a reasonable size, given the population increase expected over the next 50 years, what capacity would you build to?
Well, I still think you've got the great bones of a venue in Memorial Hall, which holds a lot of people. You know, you get up to 1,500 people, I think, in there. So I think for the money that you would spend on a new venue, you could turn a large venue into a great venue. So I think it's a case of what's the biggest you can afford to go, because no doubt, whatever you build, it probably won't be big enough for something at some point. And you can always refit it and add the frills later to make it fancy. Go basic and big and make sure the bones are good and the infrastructure is in place there so you can add to it over time. When Carlton Event Centre opened, it had no lighting, it had no sound, barely had any curtains. But as it's developed over time, they've added those things in as it's become more and more popular. So yeah, that would be big as you can.
I think Carlton got most of those events they currently have due to the closure of the Masterton Town Hall. What do you think the differential will be between two venues?
I don't know. It was busy before the town hall closed. And the reality is what's happened is events aren't coming here now that would have gone to town hall. Town hall will hold 800 people from memory. It's not a small venue. And the reality is what 500 is only slightly bigger than Carlton. And it's still a small venue.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Toby. With the, would you rather have another 500 seat facility or no facility?
That's hard to answer that question. A good quality facility will always have some demand. I've always said, actually, you could build another Carlton Event Centre right next door to the one that it's at, and that would probably be busy as well. You try and get an event in there and it's a 12-month lead time. So there's demand. There's just, it's not big enough for a lot of stuff, but it is big enough for a lot of the small stuff. So yes, you could build another small venue and soak up some of that excess demand, but you're really just competing with Carlton Event Centre. Like, no.
And is there any other questions? Thank you very much for your presentation, Toby. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
So deliberations are on the 2nd of June, public deliberations.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Moving on to case number 200, and welcome to Chris Horace. Welcome, Chris.
Just quickly before I open your worship, I'd just like to mention in front of Councillor Mailman that I've just done a Rotary project with Masterton Media, reading with young boys. A long-standing project. However, thank you for allowing me to come here again. I just wish to start off my point. In the 1980s, I owned and operated a 7-day-a-week mobile service station in Kiribati which had a Nissan dealership attached. The service station still exists. The point being, what I want to emphasise here is that I have been involved in commercial activities here in town up to my retirement. So I've been well and truly involved in that particular area. In 1987, I, as a Rotarian and many others, were involved in this town, Masterton, being in the semi-final of the LMP Top Town competition. This place was absolutely buzzing. The locals were absolutely enthusiastic about the fact that we were in the semi-final of this Top Town competition. Where is it today? We were picked at the post, but where is it today? Sadly lacking. Now, I was going to get stuck into the council about a roading issue, but I have to eat humble pie. Not often, sorry, to eat humble pie. But the road that I was very angry about, because I'd been approached as a councillor in the AA and my long involvement in the Wire Upright Safety Committee, was the lower part of Cornwall Street and by the Wire exit there. And I hasten to add that I've been up today, and I'm pleased to see that they've at last started to do something and take out all the humps and bumps. So I have to eat a bit of humble pie there. My point 4, according to information I have received personally, Masterton rates are one of the highest in the country. One of the highest in the country for the size of our population. And the point I want to make here, in the new subdivision I and my lovely wife reside, this council is completely disinterested in maintaining its council reserve. Completely disinterested. Or oversee the upkeep of the large open drain going through this area. We already know what's going to happen next, don't we? Our rates will further increase with no action at all. Now, one of my passionate things, and I learnt this from the late Haddon Donald, and that is, can this council substantiate the large expenditure on lavish promotional brochures and marketing material, plus the extensive news media advertising, all pertaining to the 21-31 long-term plan? I'm already aware through a recent conversation I had with the Mayor and Councillor Gear in the vicinity of $10,000 and maybe more. Couldn't consideration have been given by this council to a more simple way of approach to get the results you want? The late Haddon Donald used the KISS formula. Keep it simple, stupid. Terrible to say in this company, but keeping it simple and giving the simple information, I believe you would have got far more participation from the locals, from the people I deal with and am involved with. All say, why all these lavish brochures? Why couldn't we have had a simple little leaflet and we would have filled it out and put it in a box in the council office? However, it is nearly 18 months since I last stood before this council and pleaded for a new town hall facility. I'm passionate and have been passionate about Masterton since coming here in '73. Nothing has happened. And what next? Well, I can't believe it. The Minister of Local Government, Nanaia Mahuta, has called for a review of these local government, and the findings will not be available to 2023. 2023. So hopefully I'm still about then, but I doubt if anything's going to happen in 2023. It'll be 2025, 26, 27 that something may occur in this community. Thank you for listening to me, and once again, I enjoyed the dialogue with council.
Thank you, Chris. You have to take any questions on your submission. Councillors, do you have any questions? There appears to be none. Thank you very much, Chris. And as you would have heard, 2nd of June is public deliberations. So thank you. I think I've seen that sign before.
I like repeating myself.
Thank you, Chris. So 2nd of June, public deliberations on the submissions that we've received. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item on the hearings is page 322, and that's Wings Over Wairarapa. Welcome, Bob and Jenny.
Thanks, Lynn. 2 or 3 brief comments, Stoke, and then Jenny will take us through the submission. I suppose in short, what we had to do is to promote a stronger relationship with council going forward. The relationship's been good, but we think we can improve that. And I suppose take greater recognition of the significance of this event, which is quite clearly the biggest special event in the region. Looking back, we had a great event. We've had a debrief, which the council manager was involved with, which was good input and great. We're in the process of a restructure. And the other point is that we've, in the process of refreshing the board, we've been out and we've had a magnificent response to those that have shown interest in getting involved. So we're going through the process over the next week or two to get that tidied, and at that time I'll exit the operation. But it was a great event, and Jenny will take us through that.
So the first thing I need to do is apologise because I completely forgot my jet planes, which I normally distribute. So I have to still listen to us.
It's been gutted.
I do feel awful. So from our perspective, look, Masterton Council's been an ongoing supporter for years. Obviously through basis of cash and of contra, and we do really appreciate that. Last year, as you know, was particularly difficult for events, and I think it really showed the impact of what a cancelled event with toast going and golden cheers going and us hanging on effectively. It is a very stressful thing to do, organise an event, and on our board in particular, we've got a real focus on the region. So you will have seen our goals: maintaining and growing a premier event to contribute to the Wairarapa region's economy, profile Wairarapa both nationally and internationally, promote Hood as the centre of aviation in the region. So we are all about the region. I mean, it's an air show, but it's, you know, we wouldn't run it if no one came. We run it to bring people to the region. And I think the thing I want to acknowledge from the event management perspective and just pass on is that comes at great personal risk, stress and agony for some of us. Last year was awful. And there was some points where we all just said, actually, we can't do this event. It's too hard and it's too scary to do it in a COVID environment. Luckily, our board has got guts and we carried on, but it wasn't easy. The reason I'm saying that is I think that's not just this year and not just last year. This whole COVID thing has changed the landscape of events forever. And we're always going to be in this position ongoing. And that's my main point today is we would really like to build longer term partnerships and relationships with our supporters and our partners and our suppliers. That's what's got us through the last few years, you know, being able to look into the long term and look at something sustainable. As Bob mentioned, we're reorganising our board a bit, we're reorganising the way that we run the show, and what we're looking to do is spread the risk across a couple of years. So look at running some off-year events, for example, building on that goodwill that we got from the STEM education program. We got 4,500 kids there on Friday. We think we can do a lot more than that. We think we can turn this into an absolutely regional, lower North Island, if not further event. But to do that, we need to have a strategic partnership with you as council, and we're not there. So that's really my main point for today. If there's anything that we can do as your major event, which we are, something along the lines of what Wellington Council do with a number of their events, that would be invaluable and would help us to grow this into something that we can be really, really, really proud of and is essentially world leading. We don't think we're that far away, but we do need to to look at how we work with people like yourselves. I think that's really my main point.
So just a couple of points around the risk, about a $1.2 million budget. We're fronting quite a bit of that forward of the event. So ticket sales obviously have contributed significantly to that. Post the disaster in 2011, we've purchased insurance every event since then. That's become more problematic and more difficult. And as you know, in 2017, when we got rained out, we got a $600,000 payout, which really saved us and allowed us to stay in town. But that becomes more difficult. We decided at the deadline of buying insurance not to buy insurance this last time because we'd done a lot of work around the forecasting and we were so confident around the weather. We talked to the very best forecasters in New Zealand for days and said we can take the punt. But that's the risk we're taking. And obviously COVID, we saw what happened with COVID where we had 2 magnificent days, best ever on Saturday, and 7 or 8 o'clock that night, Lynn rang me to say, you better look at the TV at 9 o'clock. And we lost Sunday. We made some good money, but we could have killed it with that Sunday. We paid all our bills and we got a few dollars to lead into the next event, but so that was pretty sad that the government, but it's a risky business, but I think we did this one well. I'm really confident where we're going forward with the structure and the type of board members we're going to have in place, and obviously a magnificent management team.
Thank you, Bob and Jenny. So I'll open for questions of Fraser, Sandy, Brent and Ryan. Then I'll come over to the other side.
I just wondered, in developing a strategic partnership, do you have a figure in mind in terms of cost?
It's not so much about the cost for me. Obviously, the money is great, but it's about things like you've got resources that are valuable to us. I mean, people like, I'll pick on Alan because he's fantastic to work with, Alan Flynn from a mapping perspective. If we knew up front that we were going to be able to work with him on a long-term, ongoing basis, we could put things in place that would make it easier year on year, rather than having to come and go, Ellen, can you please help us today? We really need you.
So that's the GIS system you've got, which is marvellous, and accessing that.
And same, if I apply that same thinking to some of the resources you've got around roading, around use of the aerodrome in particular, one of the things we sort of started talking about is off-year events, and we've had a reaction that would indicate that we'd be charged quite a bit of money to use the aerodrome for something like that. That kind of we go, oh, how do we, it just, So money's good, but for me, Bob will probably kick me under the table, but the contract is also invaluable. So that from an actual partnership and a good return for the council as well, I think there's a lot more that we could be doing.
Thanks. Sandy.
I went on the Friday with another hat on and talk about weather. It was a stinking hot day. There was, I don't know, was it how many thousands of kids were there?
5,000.
Absolutely fantastic. I adored the STEM program, but I wonder if you're going to develop that further. How are you going to manage the volume of kids who were waiting at each attraction? Because there was overwhelming numbers where things were popular. Even though you had it well organised and schools were all distributed, there was that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think doing things like running something in an off year would certainly help that. We did take on a lot of feedback in terms of splitting it up so that we had the little leagues there for less time and the older kids there. At the risk of insulting any teachers or principals, Tim, in the room, herding teachers and kids is like herding cats. We provided a program for everybody of when they needed to be where and what they needed to do. I don't know if anyone's stuck to those, so we certainly need to. But we think that spreading it across a period of time would help that substantially. At the moment, we're trying to do it all in one day. So,
as a nana, watching the kids engaged, it was bloody marvellous.
So Sandy, the other thing we haven't touched, of course, is tertiary and secondary. We think there's some great opportunities there. And
Girls
so,
into science.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Brent and then Ryan.
In terms of strategic partnerships with council, whether that be from a cultural and kind point of view, what are the opportunities for bigger business, whether that be national or international, business to come on board as well?
Yeah.
And do they see that as a strategic event to leverage their business?
Yeah, they absolutely do. we're actually looking, that's one of our aims in restructuring, is to look at how we become more, I guess, look more strategically at bigger sponsors. And we have been working with Pilatus, the Swiss air company, for the last couple of years. They pulled out on us this time just because of COVID. So that's certainly something we're investigating, as well as,
Okay, just got a bit of time, I'll see it.
Okay, I'll go to Rara and then Vince.
So I was going to ask about how you expand the programming. You already mentioned high schools and universities, and they would be great. But I wonder if you could extend the STEM program to a STEAM program.
yes.
And so you involve a bit of arts, and you might have different schools performing while they're waiting.
Yeah.
It might keep the teachers employed as well.
Absolutely. We did actually talk with the band, I think this is Dragonfly from Waikato, about whether they could do something on the Friday. And again, another reason for doing something other than at the air show is that sometimes the timing doesn't work for each school. So absolutely.
So rather aviation attraction when talking around STEAM, which obviously picks up art, so some of that would be permanent type stuff.
Have you heard stream?
Yeah.
That's where rugby.
Okay, I'll go to Vince.
Hi, hey Jenny, you know how you said about not just a cash relationship, contra relationship. So is your intention to put a proposal to council about how that could look like?
Yeah, I would love to do that. I just don't know where to go with it now, really. I think we just wanted to float this idea today.
Because to my mind, people around the table will be familiar with some things, not with other things.
Yeah.
You said this is how this relationship could look like.
Yeah.
What can we agree on, what we can't, and what can we tweak and what can't we?
Right.
To me, then it's something tangible that's.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and would that be something I could talk with one of you a little bit more about, just because, you know, we could write a wish list of 20,000 things. It would be good to get a steer on them.
Well, you already know what obviously is of value to you that the council can deliver.
Yeah.
So to me, I think that would be
That's
a good starting point.
So then the final point is that we are connecting with the master plan development, and clearly we respect the fact that Wings has been given, I suppose, some not so much status, but recognition that it's a significant event and should be protected. So that's we certainly appreciate that.
Okay, I think so. Oh, sorry, David.
Oh, no, it's just, I think you've covered it. The alternative date, just it's about education, really. I watched those Navy and the Air Force, and those guys going through there, that's where they're going to recruit their new.
So deliberations are on the 2nd of June, our public deliberations, but just, Bob, I just wanted to acknowledge you as you're stepping down when the board does their reshuffle for all the passion and what you brought to what is a very iconic event, not only for Masterton but for the Wairarapa. So thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, moving on now to page 325, Andrea Wire. Hi Andrea, sorry we've just gone a bit over time, but there's been a couple of submissions like from Rangatani and Wings that I just felt I needed to give a bit more time to, so apologies for keeping you waiting.
It's fine, because I didn't expect to come to a full council meeting. I thought it was a one-on-one. So,
oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll be a bit silly, I suppose.
No, look, you'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Anyway, just wanted to say a little bit, I'm Andrea Wyatt, a little bit about my background. We're farming, we farm in the Opaki area. I've got 2 brothers, they're farming. My husband's got 3 brothers, they're farming in the sort of Te Oriori, Rangatūmau, Mount Bruce, Opaki, Morrisville and Kaituna areas. I have 3 children. They couldn't wait to leave Masterton when they finished college. And they did their tertiary education, did their work, then travelled overseas, and the 3 of them have arrived back in Masterton, and they're having their family here. It's a good place to bring up children, and a lot of their friends are returning to Masterton. We've got quite a few interests. We're interested in a lot of sporting events. Our family's been involved. Also visual and performing arts. And we've done quite a bit of community involvement, being on school boards and just steering community committees. I was a pharmacist, and so I've got a little bit into a lot of relieving around the Wairarapa a few years ago. I'm since retired, but that gave me a little bit of an insight into the towns and things. And historically, our family goes back to the first settlers and even on my husband's side. So I just feel we've got an all-round view of where things are coming from. And as I say, I want Masterton to thrive. I've got family growing up here, and I just think we need to make our dollars stretch as far as we possibly can. Priorities, water, but I think central government's going to look at that, isn't it? And perhaps we could collect rainwater and dam water. Civic centre, that's my thing that I just want to talk about. Next priority would be social housing. Here I think the central government should play a part along with the trust, not leave it specifically to the trust, but I think the government has a role to play here. Hood Aerodrome, I think that's a good cause too. Town revamp. I don't really want Queen Street parking to decrease. As I say, we've got young children in our family, and it's a real pain if you've got to park miles away and cart little babies and youngsters. And I've got an older aged mother who we have to drive around now, so I can see from that viewpoint. And then lastly, the skate park, which again I think community assistance would help. I'll talk about the civic centre because that's the thing I'm perhaps most passionate about. And firstly, I'm in favour of David Gorman's suggestions because I think we have to reuse, recycle, rebuild where possible. Why build a new civic complex at the north end of town? It's extremely busy. You've got a traffic roundabout, children's play areas, a swimming complex and QE2 park. I feel we should build on the current site because it's central, you've got parking available, you've got the square already landscaped, you've got Waiata House, you could possibly use the meeting rooms, kitchens, civil defence. And you've got access from all the streets, north, south, east and west. So you've got a good evacuation area if need be. I think with regards to the auditorium, we need to prioritise and build in stages. I feel the town needs an auditorium. I don't know, it sort of brings the community together. It suits all ages and ethnicities. You can use it in all weather, day, night, summer, winter, and it celebrates the future and the past. I felt we should build a new, really modern, beautiful theatre complex with roughly 900 seating. I know it's projected 5, but we've got population growth, and I know Rathkeel's got an auditorium with 750, and that's not big enough. And I thought you could have it so you could make it 200 upstairs and 7 downstairs or something like that. So you can adjust the size. The other thing, why don't we upgrade the stadium or the YMCA for flat floor use until we can build a purpose-built flat floor space? I know I've seen bits in the paper, you're sort of working around things, but we don't know where this complex is going to go. The other question I wanted to ask, does the library and the archives need to be part of the civic complex? Has the council considered developing the current library site, plus leasing, renting or purchasing the multi-purpose departmental building and using that to expand the library, computer and archives facilities? You've got Aratoy and with your art and history museum close by, so it's only sort of walking space. Now I was just basically trying to think if you kept your, like I'll say, performance with your civic centre where it is now, and you had your visual down the other end of town. Exactly. And so my conclusion is I think Masterton's a wonderful place to live. It's got wonderful education facilities and parks and walks, and I think we've got to keep progressing as a community, so I'm not anti what you're doing. I just think we must listen and take on board public suggestions and be mindful of cutting our coat according to our cloth. Basically, don't overcommit. That's where I'm coming from. I did, and I had given this to Fraser Mailman, cut out a picture out of the paper of just an idea that was something that I thought would fit in as an auditorium for Masterton, which I'll show you. But
That's the end of my speech.
Thank you very much, Andrea. That was great. So does anybody have any questions of Andrea? No, there appears to be none. Thank you very much. If you wanted to, can we let, did you want to
Can I
leave?
leave this with you?
Oh, I beg your pardon, sorry, Chris. Is it Chris?
Just if
Can you put your hand?
you could just pass it around.
Yes, you can keep that, I'll leave that with you.
And you're happy to leave it with
Yes,
us?
because I did it for a reason.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Laurie, for listening.
So sorry, Chris and Fraser, I can't.
Yeah, no, that's right. I don't think I put my hand up yet.
Yeah.
Give you a hand, I'll get you.
Okay, so we'll move on now to page 142, and that's the submission from Jeff Cherry. So Jeff, do you want to come forward? So Jeff, it goes, you've got 7 minutes to make your presentation, and we'll allow 3 minutes for questions, and the bell will ring at 6 minutes. So welcome, and over to you.
It'll be really short and sweet because it's not a submission as such. It's just, I'm getting quite passionate about mobility scooters and anything on wheels that's using our footpath. Don't seem to be governed to walking pace, which is what I believe should be an acceptable speed. Some of them are going, they've got to put their heads down to really, it's not only pensioners, it's electric scooters, you don't hear them coming. Senior citizens don't walk straight when they're walking, they can actually walk straight at the path and you'd never know. And, sorry doesn't really help when you pick somebody up off the ground.
Okay, no, look, thank you very much for that, and I'll just ask councillors if there are any questions to that submission, to your submission. Councillor, did you get it, David? Sorry.
Oh, no, it's just
Councillor.
that it's very valid.
Yep.
It's very valid.
I just had a question. Are you aware of any, we can look this up, I just thought I'd ask. Are you aware of any councils in the country that do have speed restriction?
No. I have seen a couple of senior citizens face plant themselves in the gardens.
Because I know when we looked at those motorised vehicles for mail, there was a speed restriction on those, wasn't there?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Tim?
Thanks, Jeff. Why 10 kilometres an hour? Why not a little bit
That's,
slower?
well, most businesses, when they have machinery working around IMEX JNL, that's where my 10Ks come from. When you're driving around, be it a forklift, whatever, 10K is your speed limit, because at that you can safely stop if need be, in case of urgency.
Okay, there's no other. So, Jeff, your submission will be considered as part of our deliberations on the 2nd of June. So I just really want to thank you for putting that suggestion forward, and we will deliberate on that, as I said, on the 2nd of June. So thank you so much for coming along.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. So Gillian, yes, yeah, on page 181. Welcome, Gillian, and I think you know the process.
Changed my thinking already, I'm listening to these people. Thank you for listening to me. Just a little bit about myself. I've only been a resident of Masterton for 2 years, so I probably look at this from a different perspective. Prior to coming to Masterton, I lived in Thailand and travelled around Asia for 2 years. Before that, I was a lower house resident for most of my life. I was a gardener at Victoria University, and for 10 years plus I was admin facilities management there. So I do have an understanding of planning and process and implementing, from conception to completion, all the info that comes into that and how the process works. So I think what you're doing is a great thing. I think having a new building would be great, but I think Masterton doesn't really have an identity. And I don't think you can have an identity as such as Greytown or Martin Borough, because they're a different sort of look to how Masterton is. So my idea is, from what I know and what I've seen overseas, is to build your identity in a different way. So I know that good water practice is a really big thing here, and it should be. And I was thinking that if you build this building, that you practice sustainability and actively encourage residents' participation in drought tolerant planting. And I think you could do this if you plant around this building in a way that teaches those practices, okay? So within the garden that surrounds this building, the new building or the old building, you could have a working garden that practices the drought tolerant planting and the use of water tanks that you guys provide. I'm not sure what they are, okay? This garden could be sustainable. It gives people ideas by actively involving them. It educates them, good working practices, creates community, friendships and promotes health and well-being. I think the garden should be used for educational and entertainment if it's done correctly. You can have all of those things in a very small area. I think if you look at Foxton's new library over there, that's a good example. Their planting's probably not where I'm thinking of going. I don't think all of the practices, the good planting needs to be funded by the council. I think volunteers and businesses can be encouraged to do this. But it has to fit within this plan of sustainability and water usage. I also think, although New Zealanders are very reluctant to high density buildings, it is the way of the future and it is the way for Masterton. I think if we have high density buildings, they should all have green areas, no matter how small, and I think this should be incorporated when people come to do, when you come to do the building permits, it should be a part that if you have high density, you have to have some form of green in there. So I don't think it's all the council's responsibility, I think it's every individual, but I think the council has a great opportunity to put those ideas in place and the rest will follow.
Thank you, Gillian. Okay, so open to any comments or, sorry, any questions of councillors. Sandy?
Lovely presentation, Jane. Just a clarification, were you saying new builds should have water tanks?
Oh, sorry, no, I mean, when we have high density building,
yeah,
they should all have a green area in them.
Oh, right, sorry.
Incorporated into them. It shouldn't be just part of the plan of that building. You shouldn't, for Masterton, this is the way we need to go. We want to make our city beautiful, we want to make it sustainable, and don't just make it the council's responsibility, make it everybody's responsibility.
Right.
I'd just like to ask about the drought resistant plants that you were thinking about. We've had some other submissions today talking about the lack of colour.
Yes, okay, well I have bought this book, I don't know if everyone knows it. He's a Dutch landscaper and he did the High Line in New York and he uses plants that don't use a lot of water and they suit the environment. And I think if you produce something around this council building like this, you'll get tourists here because it's such a, it's an easy thing to do, but it needs to be done well. And I have given some examples in the submission if you'd like to look at those online.
Thank you. Tim, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you, Gillian. So just to clarify, you were looking at the facility becoming attraction and a reason to come here, even when there's not attractions actually happening here.
No, I just think if you're going to have the building that's incorporating the library, and I'm not quite sure what you're going to incorporate it, then the landscaping around that needs to be sustainable, but it needs to be educational so people learn how to do it, because you're telling people you've got to save water, you're not to water your gardens. Let's practice what we preach in your own backyard, per se, and have a garden that is operational, that can educate people and show them how to use this practice to reduce water usage, because it's possible. Okay.
Is there any other questions? No, there's not. Thank you, Gillian. It was, yeah, really good.
Thank you
very much. And we deliberate on in public on the 2nd of June.
Yeah, I know all of this is in the future.
But no, it's, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Oh,
you.
sorry.
On page 271, we have Marama. Welcome, Marama, kia ora. And I'll just, you have 7 minutes to make the presentation and 3 minutes to answer questions. And so over to you.
Mayor Lynn, EU representatives and elected members of Masterton District Council, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak with you. To speak on my submission on the long-term plan. First, I wish to speak on the point of the housing that you are proposing for the elderly intended for the Masonic village area. There were 2 options given in the long-term plan. One was the notion of the council undertaking and developing the control and the building. The other was the notion of selling the land and the control to a developer. I admit I'm not privy to all of the information that you have, but I was wondering if the council had considered a mixed model where you allow some of the development to be left to the developer and some retained by the council. Now, by doing this, you would reduce some of the cost of the council and also retain some measure of control in the new housing development market, and you will have some skin in the game. Secondly, I'd like to talk about the swing bridge that you're building to the northwest of the town over the Waipoa River. Again, I admit that I'm not privy to much of the information that you were privy to. But from my perspective at this time, right here and right now, this is a project that could have and should have been put on the back burner. To my mind, there is a greater need and a greater problem that must be addressed, and that being the sewage that overflows around Henley Lake, the main shed, and the dumping facility that you intend building for the Freedom Campus at the eastern end of town. To my mind, the council is anticipating the northwestern side of town and wastefully spending ratepayers' money on consultants, builders and artists while not urgently addressing the problem of raw excrement and sewage that frequently overflows into Clumber Road on the east side of town. I feel that this is a more urgent matter. From my perspective, the Waipoa District Council is falling down the duty, the caring for the health and well-being of one section of its community by not addressing the sewage problem while enhancing another section of the community. Admittedly, we all walk everywhere, but on the east side, we have Lakeview School, Te Kurakaupapa Māori, Lakota College, and numerous early childhood centres. Many of these education centres have been there for decades. Every day, many of the children walk past the Henley Lake entrance and the main shed area on their way to and from school. Many of them play netball or use the grounds to play cricket or softball, soccer or rugby. In the parks that surround the area. The Masterton Medical Centre's access way is just opposite the area in question. there is an old people's home further up Colombo Road. I have a friend who has lived in Colombo Road, just south of the bridge, for 10 years. And for every one of those 10 years, after heavy rains have fallen, it floods and raw sewage flows out onto the road. Many times she has had to walk her children to Lakeview School. And she has had to cross the road in an effort to avoid walking in raw sewage. She and her children, and no doubt many other children and pedestrians, have been splashed by effluent because of the cars that drive past that can't be helped. And then of course there's a smell that pervades the area in which they live. Now my friend acknowledges that you have done a lot of work and spent a great deal of money on improving the footpaths between Colombo Road Bridge up to the Children Road. And they're grateful and thankful for that. They look really nice, and she and her children now have much improved footpaths to walk on. But that still doesn't address the problem of the open sewage that freely flows about after heavy rain. It still doesn't improve the health and safety of people living on the east side, or the smell that hangs over the area like a cloud of doom. On the northwest side, when you are building the new swing bridge, there are very few children who live in that particular area. The town has survived without another swing bridge for over a century. Surely it's quite a few more years. The focus and the money should be put into clearing up the mess that made that door. But then there's only my opinion as a ratepayer. But then it's that not what I'm here for, to tell you my views and for you to hear them.
It's your submission, Madeleine.
Right.
Do you want to add anything else?
No, I thank you very much for giving me the time to question.
Okay, so I'll see if there are any questions of councillors. Councillor Nixon.
Are you going to give your submission to the local media? Because they're not here, and I think that needs to be given to them.
Can I just?
It's not. No, I don't.
They're working on that project right at this very moment on Colombo Road.
Yeah.
They've been there for 2 weeks and it's being addressed right at this very moment.
I think, okay, so thank you, Marama, you've made your submission, and on the 2nd of June we're deliberating on it, and so we will have some of the answers that you may be seeking and some of the assurances that you may be seeking through there. If not, we will ask our officers, we can advise our officers if that's what we decide to do. So I just want to thank you very much for your submission. And is there any questions of councillors? No, there is not.
Am I allowed to ask one? Is there a conflict?
A question? No. Sorry? No, that's fine.
Is it, can you confirm that that's water that's coming out, that's being spilled onto Colombo Road?
That's where she used, I think.
That's why I think we need to get some information about that, which we will most certainly do. So it's good that you've raised it, Marama, and we thank you for your submission. And as I said, 2nd of June we'll be deliberating on it. So thank you. Thanks for coming along. Okay, is this clip? Yeah. Okay, so we'll jump down to page 127. Which is Clip and Wilson Clip. So the deliberation is, you have 7 minutes to present your submission or speak to your submission. Councillors have read your submission, so we are aware of its contents, and you might want to just highlight some points from it. So the bell will ring at 6 minutes, and then there's 3 minutes for us to ask any questions if we want clarification. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Good to see so many familiar faces. what I'm going to say now is perhaps not necessarily what's in the submission, because I didn't take a copy of it very hastily. So I think it'll cover many of the points that are in there. And my first concern really is regarding the planning and consultation process with regard to this document here. My perception is that the communication with ratepayers is really poor. And to my knowledge, ratepayers have received no direct communication about the long-term plan and did not have any notification of the submission process. This is unacceptable in my view. It is not good enough to rely on local news media as an effective medium of communication. As a ratepayer, why was I not advised through regular mailing, which I received with my rates advice? I came upon this plan by accident, given to me by my mother 2 days before submission was closed. Perhaps I've missed something here, but everybody I've asked is in the same situation. Perhaps we've all missed something. My second concern is regarding the planning and decision-making process, which the Council appears to be following. I read with alarm some months ago the decision was pending for the construction of a new event centre on the northern end of town. The location of the site remained undisclosed as there were economically sensitive discussions being held. Really? I mean, where's the public consultation with that? The social objective I read in the 2008 long-term plan was to have a community-led and a council-supported approach to community development. I think it's the other way around here. I call on the council to honour its aim of 2018, which is accepted in the long-term plan. That is to stop the secrecy, be open and be collaborative. On reading what the proposal for a new civic centre which is better connected with the Waipara River, Queenswood Park, I was flabbergasted. I phoned the current councillor to ask when and how this decision had been made and what consultation there had been. The councillor was unsure of what process had been followed and what decisions had been made, but thought that there was information on the council website and that the survey results were available, and indeed they were. I checked, yes, the feedback on the survey taken and the results of the survey were published on the council website. I read the survey questions, recognised them as being one of the submitters, and I noted the variance with the different demographics. And I pondered the survey. And while the survey questions and responses, I believe, do serve the purpose of gathering information, the way in which the questions are framed do not adequately inform the decision-making process. Especially for a civic centre at a new location, it simply doesn't do that. For example, when you look at the survey and the survey responses, fact, not opinion, fact, most respondents want to extend the centre. Most respondents want to keep the current facade. Most respondents are prepared to pay for the retention of the facade. And all respondents were answering questions about the current site, not another site. Has there been any consultation with the community with regard to an alternative location? How can you expect us as ratepayers to give feedback on a long-term plan unless we know what those alternatives are? I think that is just unfair. And I will now remind the council of their stated objectives, written in print, to have a community which is proud of its cultural heritage and identity, has a commitment to work collaboratively as stewards of our environment, and additionally, that the aims of the council, as outlined in our people and our land strategy, include targeting decision-making based on cost-benefit analysis and improved accountability over the use of public resources. I'm calling on council to meet those objectives. With regard to the town development, I'm supportive of many aspects of the planned renewal of the town centre and I'm in favour of the partial revamp. Indeed, I was part of the original planning with that, with a group of students. The use of the present site of the town hall for the redevelopment of the new civic centre offers potential for many positive outcomes, which can also serve to enhance the connectivity and amenity value of the CBD. And here I think comes a bit to the crux. The current site is highly visible and accessible to the CBD and to residential areas which it's intended to serve. There is space for development and for parking. The development of the new civic centre can start without impediment or disruption to any other urban land use. We can go ahead, we can hit the button. A culturally significant heritage building or facade can be retained to connect with our past, our present and our future. A highly valued concept which is articulated by Tangata Whenua. Let's honour it. Development costs at the current site should be able to be better controlled in a more cost-efficient and economically sustainable way. Cost blowouts are extreme. We've looked from one plan to the next, and we've already doubled the value from 15.5 to over 30 million. Granted, it includes the library. The enhancement and inclusion of green space at the current site will complement the aims of the urban renewal plan. There is green space at the current site. We need to connect it with the town centre. The retention and protection of municipal and culturally significant buildings is actually a stated aim of the renewal of the town centre. How can we be considering not using the current municipal buildings? There is constant reference to precincts in planning for Masterton's future. This concept, from a planning point of view, and I have planning, effectively groups similar land use spatially. Connections between these spaces can be facilitated or enabled, but for them to work, there must be a centrifugal force, something that is pulling people in. From my perspective, the local population will have no desire or need for connections between the precincts. For visitors to our region, the connections will be more significant and if attractive, so if there are good connections, then they will use them and they will encourage people to interact between the different precincts. However, I don't know. I have no idea what work has been done to investigate the significance of those connections for visitors and its return to the local community. But visitors don't pay our rates. Our plan is being pragmatic is a key question I'd like to ask in trying to create these connections. They look good in plans. But are those connections actually viable? Will they work? I think spatially, the location of the current council building has the closest and strongest connection to the CBD. And I could put it up on the maps for you if you have not yet seen them. I'm sure that you have. Use ArcGIS, look at the connections, and with all the planning and the documentation that has been done with the different precincts, the area to the further southwest as a civic centre is the current site. And what it does is it connects the centre to the CBD, to the other civic centres on the other side of town. There can be no doubt that a big site like the horseshoe barriers gives adequate space for development, but I don't believe that's been considered. I don't know. There's been some suggestion last week that the new civic centre is to be happening at the Memorial Stadium. Is that correct? Is that what's being?
It's not the preferred location at this stage.
Anyway, so that's kind of me. I'm happy to field your questions.
Thank you, Cliff. So thank you for your submission. So I'll open up if councillors have any questions on your submission. Tim?
So your preference would be for the civic centre to be where the current town hall sits within the facade?
I think there are many advantages to retaining it there, but if you're going to ask me for preferences, I'd like to know what an alternative is. And I think that to be discussing preferences and to be putting in and to moving forward with planning when you don't have alternatives is just absurd. It is disgraceful. It is demeaning, I think. It's beyond. Sorry, I'm being rude, but I just find it incredible that somebody's asking me where do I prefer when I'm given one option.
I didn't mean to offend you.
No, I know you didn't.
Okay. Is there any other questions? There appears to be none. Thank you very much, Cliff, for your submission. So we have the public submissions on the 2nd of June, the deliberations on the submissions on the 2nd of June, and we will be discussing all the submissions then. So thank you for that. Thank you for coming along. Okay, so it looks like Lara Hooper is a no-show. Bridget Canning is now sick. So the next one isn't due for another 20 minutes. So I just suggest that we adjourn for 10 minutes and grab a coffee or cup of tea, and if we can come back by 10 minutes.